your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite, we test, we break, we build it right. Tuesday lights up every feed. Voices meet where ideals lead, from Substack streams to global calls. Creation echoes through the halls. We test, we tweak, we mix, we mend, and every tone becomes a friend. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite, we test, we break, we build it right. Across the wires, across the seas, new gear hums and ideas speak free. AI sparks and analog dreams, colliding beats and feedback streams. No cameras roll, just waves and will, where sound is art and learning thrills. We tune imagination wide, from whispered thought to amplified. Together live the moments grow, integration and audio flow. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite, we test, we break, we build it right. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite, we test, we break, we build it right.
Well, hello. Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia. It's Tuesday at 10 a.m. I'd love to know where you are in the world and what time it is there. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to do a whole getting started show about social audio. What is it? What tech do you need? Do you need any tech at all? Can you use your phone? What does it sound like? What's all the fun about? What's all the fuss about? So we're going to do a lot of. We're going to chat a lot about software, which does make stuff sound better. We're going to talk about hardware, which is a lot of fun, but maybe a little bit unnecessary, especially for beginners. And so we're just going to go for this look on the show. As you know, this is the look that we go for, the Brady Bunch look, I call it. And we can have up to 8 people, up to 10 really, but 10's a bit hard to manage. So up to 8. You'll see this evolve over the course of the day. It's 10 a.m. here now. We go a couple of hours, but don't stay all day. Just stay as long as you can. The show now goes to LinkedIn, Substack, and YouTube via a site called Restream. We'll talk all about this today and how this works and how you can do it too. But these are the stats for Substack, which I love. Like, I love Substack, substack.com. It's a very, very cool site. We'll talk a bit about this at a bit later. This is a very good way to promote your shows in between the live events, unless you're going live every day. You know, not everyone can go live every day. So in between, you can have these blogs, and you can see that about 60% of my followers are in the United States and about 10% are in Canada. So that's about 70% of my followers are in that big zone there, the orange zone. Some in the UK, some in Australia, but surprisingly not many in Australia, which is pretty interesting. You can also look and watch the show and listen to the show on YouTube. Keith Keller TV is my YouTube channel, so you can join in there. That's a very, very, very reliable site. You can make comments. You can have a lot of fun. I'll see those comments and bring them up on the screen. If you have any questions, please put those in the comments. And where are you listening in from? I would love to know what you're going to do, if you've thought of doing this yourself. If you do it, what you're thinking. If you want to know more about what we do here, what I do, I'm just one person. You can go to whereiskeithtoday.com and that's all of the upcoming shows. I think we've got shows planned all the way through to the end of March, which is coming up soon, of course. And then I'll start planning out my April shows in a few minutes, maybe tomorrow. So I've got a whole lot of other slides here as well, which I'll talk about in a minute. But the goal for me for the first half hour is to give you some really strong ideas about how to start your own show. So we're going to do that today. What I'm going to do now is, now that I've introduced the show, I'm going to bring in a few friends. I'll play another song and I'll get them to come into the green room behind the scenes. We'll get it all sorted for you. I do two shows, by the way. This show is called the Social Audio Sound Check, and that's on Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Melbourne time, which is Monday in the US and Canada and Mexico and South America too. And on Wednesdays at 10 a.m. for me, Melbourne time, the day before, and in all of those countries aforementioned, I actually do a show called the Social Audio Tech Check, and that's a very, very cool thing. But Billy, I'd love to bring you on. This is a social audio show. Can you add your thumbnail for me? Because I just love that thumbnail look with just talking heads. You turn your camera off, and then you add your thumbnail. What I'll do while Billy's getting set up, Billy's a very good mate of mine who knows a lot about this stuff. I'm going to play the theme song from the new show, which starts tomorrow. It's called the Social Audio Tech Check. Let's get together and let's talk tech.
Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress, just hit connect. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. It's 10 a.m. and the lights are low. Melbourne calling, let the rhythm go. No camera lens, just sound and vibe. The whole world's here and we're going live. From static sparks to golden tone, we fix it fast, we're not alone. A little glitch becomes the groove. That's the way we always move. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress, just hit connect. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Mics are hot, the signal's clear. Friends from everywhere, tune in here. We test, we learn, we laugh, we play, making magic on a Wednesday. Hear the hum of hearts online. Every echo falls in line. All our voices intertwine. Now the world's in perfect time. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress, just hit connect. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress.
Oh, there we are. Man, I'm so embarrassed about that that song in some ways, because it's really not my normal metal. No, normal metal. Oh, a bit of echo there. We don't get that. What's happening there? I'm hello. What's happening there, Billy? What do you think?
Hello?
We got some echo.
Yeah, you got something going on there.
What is it? This is
the
Social Audio. So let's check it out. I'll just. So that's me talking by myself. So it could be me, but there's something in the signal. What do you use? You got your 34? You got your Rodecaster?
Yeah, the Rodecaster. Yep.
Oh, that should work.
Yeah.
You got to.
Let me look at the audio settings here. Yeah, this should be good.
Oh, wow. What is going on? I'm at a bit of a loss behind this, but this is exactly what we're talking about. Social audio, tech. Let's brainstorm this together. What do you think here? Let's try. I'm using D4. Maybe what is changed is P2. Do you come across guests?
I can't really hear you too well. Let me step out. Oh, you're using that. Okay.
I now use P4, but I've got a P2. Why don't you come jump in and jump out and see if that's
Sure.
Wow, that is just the coolest thing. We are indeed doing the social audio sound check, and now I've been put on the spot myself. Let's see if we can solve it. That'd be a good use case for what we do. This happens a lot. Actually, this happens a lot when you're doing social audio. You can get that echo, and I would be very interested to know why that's happening. It's clearly not happening now that I'm talking by myself, which I guess there's nothing to echo, isn't it? Because I'm by myself. But we're going to have a bit of fun with this, and this is exactly what this show's about. We're going to talk about why you would bother with social audio, and what happens when you get some of those really funky glitches happen. So we've talked about the social audio sound check. We've talked about the social audio tech check. While I'm waiting for Billy and a few of my buddies to come back, I'm just going to talk you through where I put my highlights. A lot of people have asked me, do I do video editing? And the answer is no. And it's always going to be no. So what I do is I put my highlights on Substack, and there's my Substack account if you want to see it. And really lovely blog posts with all the details and lots of hyperlinks and lots of great material there. So if you'd love to join me on Substack, I'd love that. I've written a song or created a song about that called Substack Feels Like Home, and I think this really sums up at what I do. Well, let's see if we can get Billy back in and see if we can come back to that song. How about that, Billy? Is that better?
Hello, can you hear me?
There is a lot of echo. I'm really challenged by this.
You're a lot better than you were before.
Can you hear the echo?
Not now. I can't. Not as much. Barely at all. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
And on that you're using the P4 Next?
No. Just the standard P4.
You might want to make sure Mix Minus is engaged.
Yeah, let me just see that. Where I know that it has where is it?
You have to look in the menu from memory. It's been a while since I looked at the P4. I'm not sure, but it's definitely in the menu somewhere.
What I'll do, I'll actually I'll let you talk.
All right.
Tell us what you think social audio is. Tell us what you've been doing. We've known each other. The Twitter Spaces Day. What have you been doing for months or so?
Well, I'm still doing the as far as stuff online, I'm still doing the podcast, which really isn't social audio. But the podcast has been doing very well. So I'm very happy with that. And that's been that's constant. That's kind of where my creative energy goes. I kind of backed away from Spaces a little bit. I still will listen to one occasionally, but I don't do a whole lot with social audio per se. Of course, the podcast is regular audio, I guess. It's a descendant of internet radio, so that's kind of what I've been doing. And Keith, I believe, is still messing with the settings on his P4.
Well, look, I'll deal with this echo in my head. But
It is affecting your audio a little bit now.
Yeah.
Whatever's happening.
I don't know what it normally happens. I must explain.
But you say when I drop out, it doesn't do it.
No.
Well, if you want, I'll just use a regular USB mic. I can just hook up a regular USB mic and see.
What are you using? Is try that. You're using Rodecaster 2. Why don't you just plug it in a regular mic? Sound the echo.
Okay,
echo won't.
sounds good.
Let's try that.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Now, what better way to learn how to deal with this stuff than to have the problems yourself? Now, I've got to admit, I'm pretty embarrassed, but here we are. Billy and I have been doing this a long time, and we can't solve this stuff. So this is a good test for us. So what Billy's doing is using a really high-end gadget. They're about 1,000 Australian dollars. This one, the Rodecaster Duo, actually, and he's got the Rodecaster Pro too. 1,000 Australian dollars. Now he sounds fantastic, but for some reason, there's an echo, and I can't work it out. If Mike, you want to come on, you can obviously hear the echo. I would love to know whether it's Billy's process or whether or not it's something I'm doing wrong, and I might change back to the P2 if that's the case. Let someone else talk. So if I drop out, there's no show. So I can't do it yet. But I'd be very interested to know what this is a great live sample. Like, I mean, echo is the enemy of audio. Like, it's the number one enemy. And Billy, who's been doing this a very long time, is coming in with echo when I'm talking to him. What I'd love to know, Mike, is if you want to come in, I'd love to hear if you're echoing, then it must be me. In which case I'll drop out and I'll come back. But while I'm waiting for people to come back, I'm going to play another song. I've got about 10 of these lined up because I know that sometimes people don't turn up on time. So visibility has a long tail. Like, I mean, I've been doing this a very long time, and it doesn't happen overnight. So I'm going to play this one because I really like this premise.
Visibility has a long, long tail. Not every idea leaves a paper trail. You just can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long, long tail.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we've solved this. It's an embarrassing one. So I'm calling in on my Zoom P4, and Billy was calling in on a Roadcaster, the top of the product, the top of the end, the top of the end, thousand Australian dollars, and he was getting echo. I was getting echo. Let's see if we're still getting echo. How you doing, Billy?
I am right here.
Oh, look at that! No echo. What is that? Come on, $1,000 for Roadcaster, and you get an echo. What do you think that was?
I have no idea. There was some kind of a compatibility issue with what was going on there. I don't know.
I love this. So, Billy, I want you to meet my mate Mike. He's in New Jersey. He's
Yeah.
He's one of the guys that comes on regularly. Who operates a songwriting studio called Soulful Squirrel, which is why he's got that image and not the Bono-inspired John Lennon glasses image.
I see.
Which you can put on if you want to, Mike. Now that we've introduced that concept, but let's get back to it. What's your favorite piece of tech, and more importantly, what have you been doing? Billy and I have known each other since Twitter Spaces Day, like 2020.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And, I noticed you're doing LinkedIn. Well, lots happened. I would just love to catch up with what you've been doing. What are you doing now what's working? What have you found? What's your rhythm? What's your groove?
Well, the podcast has definitely, been on an upward trend for the last 2 years. So we're really happy with that. And I have a couple of people that help me with that. And that's been doing really well. And in regard to social media and social audio and all that, I don't know that I've done a whole lot. Twitter Spaces was a thing I was doing there for a while when it was Twitter. Of course, it's X now. And the thing is that the landscape of social media, not just with social audio, but in general with social audio and social media, the landscape has really changed. Everything to one degree is a pay to play now, which is fine. I'm actually okay with that if, and this is a big if you got what you paid for. So many times you pay for these premium memberships and all these other things, and it really isn't as good as it was before. So I'm kind of discouraged with that. And I'll occasionally boost a post, once in a while if I think, this might help this particular episode. I'll boost a post. But as a whole, I don't know that social media works as well as it once did. And I think that was inevitable. There's just too many platforms now, too many people scattered all over the place. And it's very hard to reach people. When you and I were doing that before, you basically had three. You had Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Those were the three. And there's just too many now. And I think TikTok had a good thing going there for a while. But here again, it's become the home shopping network. That's what it's become.
You were so right. Look, one of the things I love about chatting to you is we're doing it. We're in the zone. We're doing it. And I would love to know how you define the differences, for those who don't know, the differences between social audio and podcasting. They're very different, but now that you're doing a podcast and you love it, can you explain why you've settled into the podcast rhythm? Because you love the really high quality produced shows, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of our brand. And I do my booking now through a booking agency. And one of the things I have very upfront is you have to have some kind of a microphone. It doesn't necessarily have to be expensive, but it has to be something where you're just not talking into an open-faced computer. And I don't care what people say, how much their computer costs. It has nothing to do with sound quality. And when your guest sounds like it's in a hallway, I was going to say a bathroom stall. It's really an unpleasant experience. And you got to keep in mind now that podcast audiences are much more savvy than they were 5 or 10 years ago. And they're listening to them on better and better devices. Now, I would still say as a whole, mobile devices are where the the audience is, but that's starting to change. People are, yes, they're using their phone, but they're commuting and they're streaming the audio through their car audio system. And a lot of car audio systems sound pretty darn good. And if you can imagine on your really good, in your Acura driving down the road with your high end, sound system, and it sounds like a Zoom call or it sounds like a Teams meeting, it's going to be very unpleasant. And-
I love this, Billy, because I've been pushing this for a long time, and most people say, "Oh, mate, no one can tell." It's just bullshit, Keith. It's just bullshit. You're just a sound snob. No one can tell the difference. I can't hear the difference. Why should I buy a mic? I just talk into my laptop. I don't care that I talk. I don't care that I sound like I'm in a tunnel. People can hear me, but it's not true, is it? It's just not true.
No. And here again, if all people are ever doing is using their phone 100% of the time, there might be in some cases small differences that an average person isn't going to pick out. But you got to keep in mind that audience isn't there anymore. Even in the home now, streaming devices, you have the Amazon devices, which sound very good. Sonos sounds incredible. It's an incredible streaming equipment. And, I think that when people are listening, they expect to kind of know that they're listening to some sort of a radio program. And absolutely, when you sound echoey, when you sound like you're down the hall, when you sound thin, when you sound like a bad Teams call, it's one thing to sound like a Teams call, but a bad Teams call, it's not a good listener experience, and we've tracked this. The fall off on podcasts that have bad audio are very, very hard, very, very hard. Like within 2-3 minutes, people have to strain to listen. They're not going to do it, and so we very much, really champion audio, and I think that's, a podcast is more what I would call digital media. And in a lot of respects, it's referred to as the new media now, Substack as well. In the United States, I know you're in Australia, but in the United States, legacy media is really in a lot of trouble, especially in regard to news. If you take MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, all of those, and total them up for prime time, let's say at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for prime time, you add them all together in a country of 330 million people, it's less than 1%, and that is pretty staggering. And most of that, and nothing against the elder demographics, nothing against them at all, but as far as advertisers are concerned, you're dealing with largely boomers when it comes to cable news.
Yeah.
And not that there's anything wrong with that, but they're not the ones that are buying new homes. They're not the ones that are buying new cars. They're not the ones that are making capital expenditures. So you have, the million or two in change that you have in that audience are not an active audience that advertisers can really do anything with. And, it's the new media and podcasts. I'm going to say the last statistic that I just noticed was that 40% of Americans listen to podcasts to some degree regularly. I don't know if it's once a week or twice a week or whatever, but 40% of Americans are in tune to podcasts. They played a very pivotal role in the last election, for better or for worse, you might argue, but nonetheless. And I think that's only going to grow. So we're very much on that curve. The podcast in its current form that I have is over 10 years old. And that's worked out well for us because as people, investigate the new media, one of the things they're noticing is shows that have a history as opposed to one that started last month. And that works to our advantage. We have a long history and we've been doing this a long time. And I think that all, feeds into our credibility when people go searching for shows.
I love this discussion because a lot of people have asked me, Keith, why would I do a live show? Why wouldn't I just record it and just have people listen to it later? I love the vibe and probably the anxiety of doing a live show and, geez, there's echo. What does that mean? There's no large fall off of that. But tell me what you think about this, why people are gravitating towards podcast as listeners. Like it suits them, doesn't it? It's on demand. It fits their lifestyle, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I really like it because as far as long form content goes, it's very difficult to have somebody read a large article. It's very difficult to get somebody to watch attentively a video for any length of time. But as I mentioned, you can listen to a podcast while you're commuting. You can listen to it on your lunch break while you're on the treadmill. It actually helps you pass the time. So because of that, you have more time with the audience and you can have more, details in your subject matter or whatever it is that you're doing.
Oh, you want to pick up on this, Mike? Have you got a preference for live shows versus podcasts? You might be uniquely qualified for this because I know you'll watch and listen to a lot of shows. What do you think? We got you there, Mike. We got your mic on, Mike. What are you thinking? I'm going to have to ramble. I'm going to have to talk to the rooster. So Mike's not there, but I'll give him a call. So look,
Yeah.
I did a lot of podcasting. I personally, and I'm very interested in this, as a creator, I'm going to give Mike a call. I personally prefer the live shows, but my gut feeling, and I'm really interested in your thoughts here, Billy. I actually think that social audio and live shows are possibly going away because they're not convenient. They're convenient for
Oi,
the audience. And
You got it?
we got you there, Mike. You answering? You got to answer your bloody phone.
g'day.
What are you thinking,
G'day.
Mike? So Billy is a very seasoned professional here. I would really welcome your thought, podcasting versus live streaming. What do you think as a consumer of both? What's your preference as a consumer in the field?
Depends on what the use case. So if I'm trying to get information and not really engage or be part of a community, then I would go with the podcast. If I'm trying to engage, with the host live, in the comment section, then I would do lives.
Yeah, so they're very different. Like
And
podcasts on demand, live streaming is in the moment, isn't it?
yeah, and like Keith, we talked about this a little bit before. I am a big consumer of YouTube, but very rarely YouTube Live. In other words, I can't tell you, Keith, I have a list of YouTube channels that I watch fairly regularly, and there's ones, I kind of got out of the habit, but there's ones I still watch pretty much on the regular, but it's not to be part of the lives. In fact, most of them don't actually do lives. It's like the Rogan clips and all these other ones. I mean, sometimes there's an audience, but a lot of, like Rogan himself doesn't pay attention to the comments. But and then there's a few that are doing that I can think of off the top of my head that are doing YouTube lives through whatever. Most of them probably StreamYard, and then I get somewhat active. And then there's shows like yours or other people that are basically either sending it to YouTube or wherever. And then I'm very active in the comments. But that's where I'm actually actively supporting them and really being part of their community.
And are we talking about podcasts in the generic sense of YouTube as a podcast now, or are you talking about iTunes or Spotify? Do you
I'm
watch a
talking
podcast or do you listen to a podcast?
both, mostly watch. But see, that's the other thing, Keith. It gets really confusing because if I'm not watching the video, in other words, like, and I think we've had other people on that are actually listening to you, and they're not even looking at the screen. Meaning, they may have, uh, Bluetooth or maybe just have it on, the PC with the speakers turned up or whatever, and they're actually listening to you, even though potentially, I mean, you're audio only, but there's people that are listening to lives that are not technically podcasts. Or I mean, so they're not really listening. I mean, they're listening. They're not viewing. And mostly, Keith, when I'm consuming, this is a better way to put it. When I'm consuming a YouTube, like I'll be on a walk or something. Well, I'm not watching the YouTube. So to your point, it's not technically a quote unquote podcast. It's a I don't even know what you want to call it, a video cast. But
Yeah,
I'm not
the
looking at the
the
video.
lines have blurred now. So I know a lot, and
Yep.
this is I think where Billy really shines. A lot of people are consuming content on the go in their life. They're consuming it,
Hmm.
not necessarily commenting like our friend Peter from San Cristobal, Mexico. Like what Peter is doing here is the reason I love live streams. Peter is in San Cristobal, Mexico, listening to this show live, commenting on YouTube while I'm in Melbourne, Australia. That is what I love. That's what I do. I personally don't listen to podcasts, personally myself, never. And I never watch YouTube. It's just not what I do. But I love doing these shows, and I love going on shows where I can be part of the show. I love the live vibe. It's a bit like going to see a band versus listening to the album on Spotify. Right? It's convenient to listen on Spotify. I can do the dishes, mow the lawn, do a load of washing. But when you're live, you're right in the moment. You are right in the moment. There's no distractions. So, Billy, I'd love to know what you think is happening here. Is the listening habit, is the habit of the consumer changing? This is actually very important because if no one's listening, what's the point of doing it? Like we're doing
Yeah.
it for the consumer, aren't we?
Yeah, here again, I'm going to stand by a lot of the stats that I've seen recently. 40 some odd percent of people that consume media in the United States claim podcasts are a big part of that. And I think that I'm going to say traditional podcasts, or I don't want to say real podcasts, implying that people don't have real podcasts, but I was in a group here a couple of weeks ago, and this one guy says, I have a radio show, and I said, oh really? What station? And he goes, well, I'm not on a station. I do it on my Facebook page. And I've had other people tell me, well, I have a podcast, and I said, oh really? I'll pull out my Apple podcast or Spotify or whatever, and I'll say, what's the name of it? And he goes, oh well, it's not on there. It's just on YouTube. And I really think in terms of discovery, you have to be a little bit more practical about what you're calling your content. To me, if when somebody tells me I have a podcast, logically I should be able to go to a podcast platform and find it. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't be on YouTube as well. YouTube actually has a podcast feature, and that's fine. That's wonderful. That's all part of it. But I really think that if you think about Spotify, you mentioned Joe Rogan, Spotify. A lot of the big ones, whether it be Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson, and they're all getting crazy, by the way, but there's still plenty of good ones out there. They're found on podcast platforms, okay, and that's where the audience is. And here again, from my experience and from the research that we're doing, I'm actually paying for SEO now. The podcast audience is a little bit different. It intertwines with social media like so many other things do, but it's a different audience. I mean, you'll have people that on their way to work, they listen to motivational stuff, obviously true crime. All these things are really big things, and they search for those programs right within the apps. They very seldom are referencing anything regarding social media for this. So I think that, you really have to recognize the podcast audience. And if you want to reach them, you need to be on podcast platforms. Some people tell me I have a podcast and it's on YouTube or it's on Facebook. That's great. You might have a huge following, but it's a social media page. And it's and here again, I think you can do both, like we do both. Here at the Billy D's podcast, we record audio and video. I go the extra mile to make sure the audio is superb, and I engineer that a little differently for Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And then for the YouTube page, which I really don't care that much about, I'm not monetized on YouTube. I am on the major platforms, but a lot of times people that are on the program, if they're an author or something, they have a website, so they want to be able to showcase themselves in a professional environment. So they'll use the YouTube link, which is fine. That's part of the benefit of being on the show. But that's my feeling. If you're going to be a podcaster, you need to be available on podcast platforms. If you're going to have a radio show, you got to be going through the air. You can stream your radio show on Facebook if that's what you want to do. But if that's the only place it is, it's Facebook Live. You have to be specific, or people can't find you.
I love this. So got a couple of. I just want to shout out to Lisa. So we go live to 3 places now, Billy. I'm so excited. Jason, our mate Jason. The Bunsen and Beaker is listening in from Red Deer, Canada. Lisa is there, and Robert is there, and also Marie Angela is there. People listening, and this is what I love. I love the live interaction. And I guess the words are very difficult. Is it a radio show? Is it a podcast? I remember when I was doing podcasts in 2006, and I said, oh, guess what? I've got a podcast every Monday, 10 a.m. And the big question was, what's a podcast? So sometimes we have to use language that the people in the street understand. Hey, I've got this sort of online radio show thingy. Oh, I get that. It's not on the radio in my town, but you can get it online. Last week, we had people calling in from Brazil. They can't get it on their local radio station, on their FM radio, but they can. So the words we use are very interesting now. And I got to be honest, it does piss me off when people use the word podcast for something that is clearly not a podcast, but it's just the generic word that everyone uses now. What I want to pick up on, Peter is in San Cristobal, Mexico, making lots and lots of comments. I would love to pick up on what you said earlier, Billy, while we got you, because you and I agree on this. I believe if you're going to go on someone's show, you owe it to the host and your listeners to sound good. Now, I have fierce arguments with people about this, but tell me what your minimum standard is when someone comes on your show.
Well, we can talk a lot about the different qualities of different microphones all day long and get buried in the weeds in that. I would probably have to say that the most important thing is to have a microphone that's in front of your mouth. The talking into an open face computer is not a good idea. I don't particularly care for the headsets that are all in one piece where the microphone is actually in the earpiece. It's way behind your mouth. When you're talking directly into a microphone, now you're showing a microphone there on the screen that looks very similar to the Samson.
It is. I think it was you who I'm talking into a Samson 2QU right now.
Yes, that's it. That's what it looks like. I don't know what it's.
They're so good, aren't they?
Yes, they are pretty good, and they haven't changed that design in a long time. They've kept that same. I mean, that's the microphone that it was 5 or 10 years ago. That's of course the Rode. And that's the Rode Pod mic, and those ones that I'm speaking about are dynamic mics. We don't need to get an argument about dynamic versus condenser. The point is, if it's in the front of your mouth, and people always say, "Well, can it pick me up if I'm farther away?" It can pick you up, but it doesn't sound the same. I'm a big believer in what's called the proximity effect. It makes your voice sound a little richer, and it makes it sound much more intimate. I really like that intimate sound of a voice. I don't like listening to podcasts where people sound like they're down the hall or on the other side of the room. I like their voice coming out of the speaker like they're leaning over and talking right into your ear. And I'm a big believer in the proximity effect. That's my radio roots. And when you have that, you don't necessarily. It used to be that the margin of quality between an entry-level microphone and a real professional one was huge, and the cost was huge. And obviously, the professional stuff still sounds better, but the margin is much smaller now. And I get frustrated with people that want to go on these podcast circuits. Either they're somebody who's handling them, somebody who's doing their promotion for them. Their publisher says, "Oh, you got to go on podcasts." They get a whole list of podcasts. If going on the podcast circuit is part of your marketing strategy, $50 for an Amazon special is not a lot of money in regard to investing in your marketing and being able to sound good for yourself and for the host. It does you no favors when the host show gets dumped because people cannot, hear you that well. And even the inexpensive microphones, if you set them up properly and talk directly into them, you're going to get decent results. you're going to at least get decent results.
Oh, I love this. What do you think, Mike? Am I vindicated?
And
Or
Bill,
you and I talk about this a lot.
no, you're not vindicated, Keith. Only you are a snob, but there's a reason to be a snob.
You're very soft.
I'm
What's
actually
happening?
struggling right now. Oh, come on. Hold on.
Just keep going. We'll fix it. We'll fix it in the mix. We'll fix it in the mix. I've got some tech
how
here that
about
can
now?
fix that.
Is this any better?
A little bit better, but a bit soft. But anyway, am I vindicated here, or do you think that really, Billy and I are like off with the fairies? Like we are really like really into this. What's that?
I'm going to reset back.
Okay. So the reason I say this, Billy, is that I have fierce arguments with people who turn up on their laptop and they sound like they're in the backyard. And I'm going, look, I can hear you, but I can also hear the lawnmower. I can hear the dogs barking. I can hear the kids screaming. It looks like sounds like my wifey's at home cooking something on the stove. Someone's just gone to the toilet, and someone's got the radio on in the backyard 3 doors down, and they can't hear it because their ears aren't attuned to it, but we can hear it, can't we?
Oh yeah, and it's not just professionals that can hear it. I mean, I'm in the room with people that are listening to podcasts that were recorded on Zoom calls. Nobody on the call, including the host, has a microphone. And I don't know if you've ever. I mean, I do Teams meetings all the time at my day job. And I can tolerate it for a Teams meeting. I can hear somebody talking about the Excel spreadsheet, and I can. But for pleasure, for sitting back and taking I'm on a trip and I'm going to binge listen to a podcast. I'm going to listen to a Teams call for 2 or 3 hours. There's just no way. This is where I'm kind of a nerd, and I really believe it's the way you speak as well. The inflection you use, is all part of your storytelling. And unfortunately, people almost use audio as an afterthought. They record their quote unquote podcast on Teams, and then they strip the audio and just dump it onto one of those free platforms, and they're happy with that. I personally, that's not a podcast. That's not where somebody has set out to create a certain type of content that is geared to be listened to. It's not the same thing.
I love this discussion. Do you want to pick up a bit on what we call the proximity effect? This is very important. I think I got this phrase from you, and I use it all the time, and I'll demonstrate it right now. So here I am talking, and I'm 1 centimeter from the mic. Now it picks up all that lovely bass. I'm not talking any louder, any softer. I'm not screaming. Now I'm going to talk with the same mic in the same voice 10 centimeters away, and I might as well be in the backyard. Now this is actually what laptops sound like, isn't it?
Yeah, very similar. Yep.
So just that idea of microphone technique. And I've been chatting to a few people that say, and I say, look, where have you got the mic? Oh, well, it's just sort of floating around, and I move my head around and I dance around, and I'm sort of fidgety. Well, okay, that's fine. You can do whatever you want, but I can't hear because you've got your mic over here, and then you dance over there, and you're checking your spreadsheet and having a cup of tea and responding to a text because we can't see you. They're doing all these things, but we can hear that you're moving around, right? And people don't know this. They don't know what they don't know. And
sure.
given that you do podcasts at a very high quality, you would be uniquely qualified to answer this question, because I often talk on this show about what we call pod guesting.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that a lot of people, you would know this too, a lot of people just do not want to run their own show.
Sure.
They just don't want to run their own show because they don't want to worry about the tech. They don't want to worry about buying things. They don't want to worry about how to work it. They just want to turn up and talk. But then they go, well, I've got a phone. I'll just turn up on my phone. Well, you're not committed to the process, are you? It's sort of a hobby. if you got a book that you're promoting or you're speaking at an event in the city and you want people to come and you turn up on your phone, you're not committed. And I'm guessing you must have this conversation all the time, right?
Yeah, I think you have to be committed as if you're talking about as a guest, to be a good guest. And I don't necessarily mean be polite, but guests, the best guests don't try to sell something when they're on your show. I think that content is very important in how you present it. What I always tell authors is that you are the brand. Just like Hemingway, for example, is a brand as much as he is an author. They know exactly what to expect when they hear that name. And if people like you as a person, and if you have an interesting story, like you had something happen to you that inspired the book, you had some sort of a traumatic event or some kind of an epiphany while you were on vacation or whatever, and you can tell that story about what inspired your book, and people find you interesting, they find you a good person, they find you as someone they would like to get to know, that will build a bridge to the book a lot quicker than reading chapters and reading paragraphs out of the book. That'll put people to sleep. They want to know why they should read the book, what the story means, and the author is the brand. That's what you're selling. And for that to come over well, here again, I'll come right back to it. That really helps when you can tell a good, compelling story when you sound good. And that's all part of being a good communicator, is knowing how to manipulate your voice, how to use inflection, how to, put emphasis on certain syllables. Those are all things that a good microphone will really help bring out. And you don't necessarily have to be a great orator. That's not what I'm saying. And I know people are saying, well, people don't listen to podcasts on, the quality isn't that important. That's fine. My concern is if that, whatever percentage you want to pick, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% of the audience, if it's important to that 50, then the audio has to be there. For the people that don't care, it don't matter, but it's there. But for the people that it matters to, those are people that I also want to get and I want to keep. So for me, better audio is always better than bad.
I love what you've just said there. For the 50% of people that don't care, it sounds good, but they don't notice. But 50% of the audience will notice, and you've lost them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to keep in mind that the attentive podcaster anymore, somebody who's really going to listen to your show and decide if they want to listen to it again, is probably in this day and age listening to it on a decent device of some kind, even if it's a good headset. You got to keep in mind a good headset sounds really good. These headsets that people are buying that cost $200 and $300, you want to make sure that your podcast sounds good in those.
Actually, just imagine buying a $300 headset, because that's how much they are, and listening to this thing that sounds like it was recorded in the toilet. It would be, it's torture. It's torture. It's just unfair. It's separate from losing the audience. It's just brutal. It's a form of torture because your ears hurt and your ears burn. I think this is bloody awful. I might as well listen to a chainsaw going off, because that's how it sounds to us, because we're sound snobs. But we're not two people in the world of 8 billion rabbiting on. This is a thing. This is a thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a thing. Yeah. And here again, I'm going to go back to the podcast audience is much more savvy now, not just in regard to sound quality, but on overall production. The idea that you can go to a big box store and come back with a microphone and one of those little blue boxes and stick it in the middle of the table and talk about all your bad dating experiences, those days are gone. People want something better than that. So you're dealing with a much more savvy audience now. They can recognize good content. They can recognize something that is produced really well. They can recognize the passion in the hosts, and sound quality is all part of that. Sound quality, they want it to sound good just for sound's sake, but also good sound means that you can convey yourself that much more better as a communicator.
Yeah, more authoritative, aren't you? I just made that word up. I love that word, authoritative. It's actually a real word. But what's your podcast about? And tell us how you go about selecting guests and how you go about preparing them and promoting it afterwards. I'd love to hear your process.
Well, sure. The podcast is, I would say it's very topical in terms of current events. We cover a lot of news. We cover a lot of politics. I know people are afraid of politics. We're not. We do a lot of analysis, and we're not really partisan. I mean, we all have our leanings, but we're not one of those shows that are very partisan, and the other people are crazy, and we're right and they're wrong. We don't do that. We have a lot. We still have a lot of authors. Authors were the foundation of the podcast in the early days, and we still do a lot with authors. We have a lot of advocates. Advocates for different types of diseases that people have now. Autism seems to be a subject that people really want to talk about because the rise of that over the last couple of years has been astounding. So a lot of people are raising awareness for things like that, and we're very proud to be able to give them a voice. I think that is all part of our mix. In terms of here again, I mentioned before that we do use a booking service now. And it works out better for us because we were getting so many emails from God knows where. And the thing is that you can't vet all these people. You don't know if their story is real. You don't know a lot of other things about them. So when I started getting hammered with more and more requests than I could manage, I decided it was time to move to a service. And what they do is, the potential guests put together what's called a press kit. So you have your talking points, you have the links to all of the places that you want to refer the audience to, whether it be, your Amazon link for the book or what have you. You have all your headshots that you want the podcaster to use. There's a whole mix of things that you have. And built into this are the agreements, in terms of content and what you're responsible for and what you're not responsible for. It's all built in, so we don't have to do all that. Our profile is set up, with the type of content that a description of what we use. So when people are looking for podcasts to go on, they can look at us. And we have, like I said, I say up front that I do want good quality microphone. It doesn't necessarily have to be expensive, and I explain that. But I don't want to, I don't want to talk to somebody who's in essence on a speakerphone. That's not what I want to do. And then we go on to talk about, the description, what we do and what they can expect and so on. So that works out pretty well. I mean, that weeds out a lot of, like 90% of the people that shouldn't be on the program. That weeds them out right out of the get-go.
Oh, yeah, they self-select and they look, that sounds like a bit too much work. I'm not doing that.
Yes, and that's true.
Self-select. They just they're doing you a favor, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And they're doing themselves a favor too. And, I've had a few people back out. I think they get nervous when they realize that we do have a big audience, and that makes me sad, because I don't want that to happen. But I by the same token, if they're not comfortable being on the program for whatever reason, a lot of times guests catch wind of some of the politics that we've covered, and that makes them a little nervous. So if they don't want to be on the program, that's fine. I would much rather they just be honest with me and say, hey, you know what? I don't think this is for me. I don't take that offense at all. I mean, it's not everything goes together perfectly. Not everything is meant to be. So, that's essentially our process now. We've moved to the booking services. And
what's it called? You want to share that link? We've chatted a lot on this.
Sure.
What's it called?
The one that I'm using right now is a service called Podmatch.
.com, yeah.
Yep. And I'm on there.
They match you, the host, with potential guests, and it matches.
Well, no, you do it yourself. I mean, if you meet you have to fill out all this stuff and go through this little learning curve in terms of how you get established on there and as a guest. And then you can search programs of different genres and things like that, and then you can make your pitch to that show. And when I get the pitch, I get a written pitch, okay? And their entire portfolio comes with that. Their headshots, their links, everything. So I can see the whole picture right there. And then typically that includes other shows that they've been on, so I can hear their history, how they've behaved on other shows, all these types of things. And they can do the same with me. I mean, they can get a pretty good idea of the tone of the show just by following some of the links that I have in our show's profile.
I love this because as a host who's doing shows, and I know exactly how this feels, you get all these emails. Oh, Keith, I heard your show. Can I come on your show?
Yeah.
Okay, now I've got to find out who you are, look where you are, have a look at other shows you've done. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And this idea for I'm guessing a low monthly fee, they do all of the hack work for you, and they go, this person's good. They've been on other shows. This is what they sounded like. They've got a press kit. This is what they look like. This is what they're talking about. Yeah, they do all the hard work.
I don't want to get into the specifics on this because I could be wrong, but because from memory, but I do want to say, if you're going to investigate this, as someone like myself who has an established show, the low payment, and it is low for a month, I make that back, because when you have an established show and people are coming to you, as they register that I show that the once a date has been set, I indicate to the site that show has been completed, and I also indicate to the site that show has been released. And the guest does the same thing. And if the guest completes that and says that, my interaction with them was satisfactory and so forth, I get a commission. So I actually make money from going through the booking site.
Ah, wow. Okay, that's very cool.
But you're not going to get that on your first week. You have to work at it a little bit, but then after a while, it does pay for itself.
And what sort of marketing do you or they or the guests do? I'm really fascinated by this. I'm going to ask it in 3 tiers. What does Podmatch do? Any of the marketing, or are they purely matching you up?
Doing the marketing for individual shows, no.
Okay. What do you do for the guest and for your shows? How do you promote after the event, or is it self-perpetuating now?
Well, I tell people, about what kind of an audience that we're going to get. I can't predict it 100%. Some people are going to draw more of an audience than others, but I want to stress this. If you have a podcast that has solid quality, it's always produced well, it always sounds good, you're going to have a consistent audience there. You're not going to have these wild fluctuations. You're not going to have, because nobody knows you. When you are just talking to somebody that nobody knows, you have almost no listens, but you get a big author on, and then all of a sudden, the listens are through the roof. That is not something you want. What you want is your show to have a brand identity. Okay, when people come to me, listen to my show every week, and I'm not saying that I'm so great, but I worked hard at this, they're going to have a certain quality, whether I'm talking to an author or I'm talking to somebody who's talking about autism, or whether I'm talking to somebody that, is talking about the homeless needs in their community. Whatever it is, there's going to be a certain level of quality, and they will listen to that show as part of their routine, driving to work or in their lunch hour every week. That's going to be a part of their routine because they always get value from it. So I want to stress that. I think that's something that is the responsibility of the host. In addition to getting X amount of listens, and I never guarantee a certain amount because I never know, but I do say you're going to get a good audience. You can look me up in the rankings. I'm on there. And I always promote on social media as much as I can. Now, here again, I think the value of that has dropped, but it's still there. I am doing SEO now, and part of the research for my SEO was we evaluated the social media platforms, the carryover. And I was really surprised by this. In the carryover that we get from social media, which is a category in and of and by itself, but in that category, 20% of it came from X, okay? And I did not expect this because I haven't even maintained a presence on this platform, but Reddit was 19%.
Oh,
And-
even about Reddit.
Reddit. And what was amazing to me about that is I haven't maintained a presence there. So as we investigated it, we found out it was because our show gets referenced on there. In some of those, in some of those threads that get started and everything. And that's almost as much as X, which I've invested in the verified accounts and the boosted posts and everything. And it was rivaling X. So what I've done is now I'm posting on Reddit now, so I just started cultivating that within the last week or so. So anyway, all of that stuff is what the potential guest gets. You know, they get the exposure. And I really think I bring this to the table. I say you're going to be in a professional environment. You know, you're not going to be sitting at a dining room table talking into a perimeter mic. That's not what's going to happen. You know, we're going to put you on video in a professional environment. You're going to sound great on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We do good on Audible. And there's another one called Good Pods that does very well for us. Our rankings on Good Pods are very high. We're like in the top 100 for news analysis. And that includes the big media ones like Mega Kelly and all those. So we do really well on that. And all I expect in return, especially if they have a good social media following, is to share it. And I don't necessarily expect any type of return on that, other than it's nice if you at least go through the trouble of sharing the episode to your audience, which you would think you would want to do anyway, because obviously your audience is going to hear you get asked different questions and hear you in a different environment than they might ordinarily. So it brings value to them. So it should be a two-way street. It should be a partnership. You know, it should be
some resistance there. I mean, have you found some resistance for promoting shows from the guest's point of view?
No. The only thing that's left me with I don't want to say a sour attitude is I get approached a lot by marketing people and agents, and what they will do is they'll set up these shows. I'll get, I'm emailing you on behalf of so-and-so. I'll get those emails all the time. And would really like to set you up with, we think they could bring value to your audience and all that kind of BS, which is fine. I would say the same thing if I was in their shoes. So I set this up. And what happens is the day of the interview, they tell me, well, you're my 5th podcast today. And what that tells me is these marketing people and these agents are just picking days, setting a whole day aside for their client and booking them on as many podcasts as they can. And I'd be willing to bet that these people, the primary person involved, can't even at the end of the day, can't even tell you all the podcasts that they were on.
Yep.
Okay. And they probably can't even, they probably have never even listened to them, let alone shared them. They just, their publicist has told them, you got to go on this show and answer all these bullshit questions. Yeah. And that's the type of thing that I've gotten to the point now where if third parties are involved, I qualify it up front. I need to set this up directly with your client, or I'm not doing it. Yeah. And here again, you got to be careful, because I don't want to kick a good guest out the door just because they have an agent. But I've been through this enough times to know that these mountains of emails that I get are people just trying to book as many shows as they can. And what irritates me about that is the person that's handling them is getting paid. Okay, they're getting paid to do their social media marketing, or they're getting paid to do their publicity work. They're getting paid to get them on as many podcasts as possible. I'm doing all the work, and so are the other podcasters. We get their name out there, and we don't even get a good review on doing a good review on Apple Podcasts is too much trouble for them. We don't even get that in return. So that is the kind of thing that I've learned to stay away from.
Oh, I love this. No, I just love this. Now, a mate of mine, Americo, this is a very good lead, because what we're doing today, Americo, is we're talking about the power of podcasting. Now, Billy is very good at this, and he's all in on the podcasting on-demand format. But I would love to flick the switch and give you a chance, Americo, to talk about the idea of what you love about live streaming and how that's working for you, and possibly you could go on each other's shows, I reckon. So Americo, meet Billy. Billy is in Canton. Is it Canton, Ohio?
Yes, that is correct. I'm surprised you remembered that, but yes, that is true.
I just put that out of my ear. And then Americo's in Toronto. And so we've got at the moment Australia, Canada, and the US, but we've got someone listening in from Mexico, and someone listening in from Vancouver, and also from Brazil. So it's very, very cool. And that's why I love the live. But what do you think, Americo? Jump in. Tell us what you're doing. Have you done podcasts before where the point was on demand, or do you prefer the live component? And tell us what you think the differences are.
Well, my preference is definitely live because you're having a conversation in real time. And you not only get to engage the person you're having that conversation with, but you get to bring your community or your audience into the conversation and have a live stream become an immersive experience where people who are listening become part of the agenda. Very often, I'll have show notes that I want to earmark for an hour that I may have carved for a show, and many times I put my notes aside because the audience has gotten so into the conversation that it becomes, you're building social proof in real time. You're answering questions in real time, and it no longer feels like a transaction. It's a conversation that's happening between, in some cases, two people, but in many cases, those who are listening as well. Now, I've had instances where someone has tried to tell me, it's like, well, it becomes difficult to repurpose this and upload it to a podcast because you're addressing questions that are sometimes coming up in the chat, and someone who's listening to a podcast can't piece it together, and it just becomes clunky. Like, well, it'll become clunky because you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Live streams and podcasts are two different
Yeah, this
verticals.
is actually one of the things Billy was saying, and then that a lot of people think they can do both. They do a podcast, they do a live stream, and they just strip the audio, and it sounds terrible. Then they put it on Spotify, and they guess what? I just killed two birds with one stone. Well, you did neither. Because you're actually doing a live stream, but you're thinking in the back of the mind that you're going to make it into a podcast. You're not really there. And then when you strip the audio and you put it onto a Spotify, you're thinking that sounds shit. Like
Yeah.
it's very annoying for us sound snobs. Would you agree, Billy? Are you seeing this a lot? Are you seeing people trying to do both, trying to turn their live stream into a podcast and thinking it's okay?
I would say it depends. I think that if your show is well produced, you're sending out a quality stream. You have the proper equipment for your audio to sound good. You have good webcams and so on and so forth, and it sounds really good. Then and you're doing it from the aspect of the spoken word as a priority, which I do. And a little trade secret that what I do when I record, when I do a live stream, we just went live last Thursday night. I went live with two other people. I had two co-hosts, and I used StreamYard for the live stream, and I had my Rode Duo, and I was using the Duo for the sound for the live stream, but I also recorded the audio separately. Okay. So what happened then when I went to put that show on the podcast platforms, I used the audio that I recorded on my Duo. And I was able to process that and give it a little bit more, radio grit. And I kind of like that for, Spotify and Apple Podcasts and so on.
This is so cool because we talk about the Rodecaster Duo all the time, like just about every show.
Okay.
Because the Rodecaster Pro is 1,000 Australian dollars, and there's only one. There's only one of me. I don't need 4 mics, but the Rodecaster Duo only has 2 mics. It's 700 Australian dollars. And Mike, you may not be able to resist now. Did you just hear a use case for the Rodecaster Duo? You've got your answer.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be able to resist jonesing on this one now?
Well, you want to take a guess at what I'm on right now?
I think you're probably on the Samsung 2QU plugged into your PC.
Close.
You're on the Rode Pod mic plugged into your PC.
No, you had the mic right, so I'm plugged into something else.
Okay, to the software.
The P2.
Whoa. Okay, Billy, this is exactly what we talk about on the show. So, Mike in New Jersey, well, he's a very, 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 very good guest for you. If you want, he does a lot of music with AI. This is a very controversial topic, and I've got some updates for you on this, Mike. He's using the Samsung 2QU running through a P2.
Yeah, that's a pretty good combination, actually.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
tell us what you think that sounds like for you, Mike.
Well, I actually have the tone on too,
Yeah,
but
it's very deep. It's very deep and bassy.
yeah, just for fun, I'm also sending it through the Sonar software on broadcast.
That's probably what's doing it. The reason I love. Do you have a P2, Billy?
Yes, I do. And the only, considering that it's very affordable, the only bone I have to pick with it.
Oh, we lost him. What happened?
Oh,
He
can you hear
picked
me now?
himself right-
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Hear you now.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is, for me anyway, my own taste is the compression setting, which is either on or off, is just a little too high for my taste.
It is, isn't it?
But other than that, the tone is actually pretty good for just a generic tone, applied to everything, and the AI noise reduction actually works very well. And you got to keep in mind that this thing is, I don't know, I think mine was $100 or something like that.
200 Australian dollars.
Something
Yeah.
like that, Bill.
So this is an extremely good conversation to have, and I'm a bit embarrassed that we had a little bit of echo. So if you're listening to the replay, please fast forward the echo for the first 10 minutes and get past the second song. But we solved it, and now we're talking about 2QU, the Rodecaster Duo, the Rodecaster Pro, the Zoom P2, and the Rode Pod mic. This is why we do these shows. This is why we do them.
But Keith, I don't know how much longer I can hold off on getting the Duo. Because what I just ran into, Keith, and this is what I've run into before. I don't know if we've talked about this. When sound goes awry on a PC, it goes awry. I couldn't figure it out. I was coming in low, and I was in the middle of a reset of my PC, and I said, "Screw it! I'm just gonna change PCs. I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna set up my P2 and my Q2U, and go on." So yeah, it's that.
It's very important because Billy does a show, and Americo and Mike jump in and talk to Billy about this if you want. But Billy does a podcast show, which is primarily for on-demand listeners and not so much for the live streaming listener. So he has got a very strong vision of what this should sound like and look like. And I'd be very interested to hear what you think of this, Americo and Mike, whether podcasting is your thing. Do you listen to podcasts, Americo? Podcasts as audio or podcasts as video? Do you do that in your personal life?
I don't. I would say a handful of times I'll listen to a podcast throughout any given year.
Yeah, I almost never do either. And I tell you a very cool feature. This is heresy probably, but I just worked out today that I've got 100 articles on Substack. I love Substack. Substack is the coolest site in the world at the moment, I reckon. And I've got about 97 articles there. And there's a little button that I can push, and it reads it out to me. I mean, of course, it's not a real person, but I just think if I'm on a train, I could be listening to my own articles or other people's. But in me personally, I never listen to podcasts, and I never ever watch YouTube videos. Never. But I'm not the only person in the world. And but it's very important that we understand what our audience is doing. And bringing it back, Billy, you've got some pretty compelling stats that say that the US audience, which would be crossover to Canada, would be very, very interested in podcasts. They listen to them regularly.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they make news. I mean, they're you have presidential candidates and everything else going on these podcasts. You kind of moved on when you were asking me about stripping the audio off of a live stream. If you produce it in the way that we did, as I described with the Rodecaster and everything, the Duo and everything, and you really do it that way, then repurposing a video cast, if you will, into a podcast for on demand is fine. No, I don't have an issue with that. I can tell you that a lot of the live casts that I've seen are basically Zoom calls or team meetings where people are just talking into their computer. And then in that situation, to just, which you can tolerate, I guess, if you're really engrossed in something and you're watching it. But to take that audio, which is substandard, and then put it into an audio-only platform is not something I would recommend. I do want to tell you, as long as we're on the subject of the Duo, I'm not sure what it costs in Australia, but here in the United States, Rode came out with another thing called the Rodecaster Video S, and there's two of them. Okay, and it's about within the same range price-wise as the Duo, and it has a lot of the audio functions that the Duo has. However, the Rodecaster Video S will also switch video, and you can also create scenes in it. So you can actually use this as hardware for your live stream, and you can create scenes, picture-in-picture, all that kind of jazz, right on the Video S. And here again, this is about the same price as the Duo, and the audio function of it, the way you can use the compression on it, which is adjustable, use the equalization, the noise reduction, all that is all in this as well. And here again, it runs about the same price as the Duo.
What's the device again? I'm going to look this up.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it's the Rodecaster Video S. Okay, and there's one above it called let's see, what is the price? What is that? The one above it is the Rodecaster Video All-in-One Production Console. That's what it's called, and that one is over $1,000 US. It's like $1,200. And here in the United States, the lesser model, which is pretty much the same thing except with less inputs and outputs, it is the Rodecaster Video S, as in Sam.
It's it looks a little bit like your Vocaster, Mike. About the same price, so it's like a Rodecaster Duo with extra bits.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's it looks a bit like a gaming console. It's actually pretty cool. It looks a little bit like a Stream Deck, actually.
Yes.
So, Mike, you might want to hold off on your gas for a while, and it doesn't have any buttons for sounds, though. And now back to our sponsor. We don't have any of those, but most people don't use those features. But
well, you know what? I'll tell you one more thing. They just came out with a lesser one, so there's 3 of them now. And the lesser one does not have an audio section, but it's meant to plug in to a Duo or a Rodecaster, so it pairs up. So you have the video switching with the audio capabilities in your Duo connected together. I don't know what the lesser one is called. They just came out with it within the last week or 2.
Billy, I see A, B, C, D, E, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then some looks like a display or something.
Yes.
What does this thing do?
It is let's see here. What's the best way to describe it? First of all, let me tell you, there's some great videos about how to use this thing. I think Tom Buck did a real nice, and I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he reviews and does a lot of stuff. He does something on it. And basically what this thing does is, let's say, for example, you had 3 or 4 cameras and you're doing a podcast or a live stream or whatever. You could have, you could have a camera on Keith. You could have a camera on you. You could have a camera on me. We would each all have our individual microphones, which could also be interfaced through this, or you could connect it through the Rode Duo or one of those and have them conjoined. So in essence, you can switch between video sources. You can control the audio separately. And the output of this device can either go into a computer or you can record on it. And the interface is set up. I'm not sure how easy it is to do on the front panel, but with the software that comes with this, you can set up scenes. So, for example, there's different scenes that you might want to have, how the different camera angles and so forth are put on the screen. You can do all that with this unit.
So this looks like almost like the control. It would be a combination of Keith What's the thing that we were looking at using to switch like scenes in Restream? The Stream Deck?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like a Stream Deck.
Absolutely. It's very similar in terms of concept. Yes.
Well, because it has a scene, and I'm assuming that's what that.
I got a
button
picture
is.
of it. This is it here. Now let's
Yeah.
just the hearing this live on KKFM. I have never heard of this device. Never heard of it before, and
I
we are
saw it, but I
learning
haven't.
as we go. This is why I love live shows because I've never heard of this, and so this is like a combination of a Rodecaster Duo and a Stream Deck.
That is correct. It's essentially a video switcher. It is a video capture device, and it is Duo, kind of all put in one.
What do you think? I really want to introduce you to Americo because he's doing really cool shows.
Mm-hmm.
And so Billy and Americo need to connect. But Americo, what do you think of this sort of thing for what you do? And take a step back and tell us what you do so that puts it in context.
Well, I produce, I plan, I help promote live streams, especially for people who are perhaps baffled or overwhelmed in going live and don't really have a grasp. I essentially try to walk them through it, and I'll offer a variety of live streaming experiences, both on camera, off camera, for those who are camera shy and just easing themselves into live. But I really enjoy creating and curating scenes and lower thirds that kind of just deliver an experience that fits the conversation, opposed to just like you mentioned earlier, opposed to a Zoom call where two people are talking and then gets uploaded as a podcast. I really value the stream as an experience, not only for those who are having the conversation, but for those who are listening to the conversation. And where possible, create some visual graphics. Just this week, I did a show where Mike was my guest, and we were spotlighting Signature Soundworks for him. And we made the decision, hey, let's turn this into a audio only experience. And we kind of threw some of our audience members, our community members, off a little bit. It's like they're trying to grasp the ideas. Like, I thought this was a live stream. Why am I only hearing them and not seeing them? So for me, I'm very comfortable testing and demonstrating different ways to optimize and get ROI from the live stream. So I would love to jump on a call and see how the two of us might be able to support one another in any shape or form.
Yeah, you're doing very similar things, and Billy is very strongly involved in the sound. What you got to see these to believe him, Billy. Americo does graphics that'll blow your head off. Like, I mean, and Mike,
Wow.
who was a guest, tell us about what that felt like as the guest. It actually looked like the Late Show, like you were sitting on a couch, didn't it? It looked like you were being interviewed by Jay Leno.
I giggled before we started the show because he had kept that from me. I thought I was just going to be a talking head. That's what he usually does. He has these sets that he creates with AI, and then he just has a circle for where the head is, or where your avatar is. And so that's really what I was expecting, and that's not what I got. I looked so relaxed. So basically, he put my avatar face on a body in a very relaxed position on the couch, and it was just I had fun. I really did, and I think Americo, that may have had an impact on my attitude. I mean, my attitude would have been fine, but I think just doing that just changed the tenor of the show a little bit. It was fun because the challenge, Keith, America is a very good interviewer, and he asks very good questions, and some of those questions I really had to think about, particularly like sort of what was next, and I think one of them was which one of your songs was the most meaningful, and so those kind of go deep, because the nature of my work is really to tell people stories in a sort of emotional evoking way. That's what most of these are for. I mean, that's what Signature Soundworks is for. So and we stepped through some of that, like the fact that I had done memorial tributes in song. So that was it was both a good show, but it was also it was good. I really enjoyed it, and like I said, Americo does a very good job of eliciting his guests. And this is the second time I think Americo I've been on. The first time was for with another guest for cybersecurity. Paige and I did one on the deep fakes in video mostly. So that was also, again, he has very good questions. So I've enjoyed America's shows immensely.
I love this. I love the discussion, and I love the fact that we're all doing something slightly different, and that we can learn from each other. Like, I had no idea about this gadget. Imagine if you could combine a Rodecaster Duo and a Stream Deck together for the same price with no additional cost. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to stop buying this stuff. I mean, it's just going to be very difficult to, I mean, we all have to have these conversations with our wives. Look, you've got 2 pairs of shoes and you've got like 8 suits and really love, and why do you need 8 dresses? And why do you need 4 handbags? I need a Rodecaster Duo and a Rodecaster Video S. Well, you don't need both. They look the same to me. Well, they might look the same to you, honey, but I can tell you for sure they actually have a different use case. Yeah, well, you're just making that up. Do you have this trouble too, Billy?
No, actually, my wife is very supportive. Of course, I mean, it ties into my work too. And I got to be careful that I don't overspend, because I do buy this stuff for pleasure as much as I do, because I have a need. So I got to be careful, or for my own good, because I don't want to blow a bunch of money on stuff that I have different versions of the same thing. But there's a lot worse habits you could have, Keith. I think having a passion for this stuff isn't the worst thing in the world.
And how do you have the discernment to know what to buy and not? You obviously have some sort of governor that says, look, this does appear to be a very cool gadget, but it is very similar to what I already have, and I'm not going to get very much value out of it. That's a good skill to have, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, and because you got to keep in mind too that I don't want to buy, things that overlap too much, because next 6 months from now, or a year from now, there's going to be something else that does all those things. So you just, I've made some bad decisions, and I've been doing this for 30 years. I've bought a lot of stuff that I wish I wouldn't have bought, but boy, by the same token, I've gotten a lot of pleasure out of it. I really have. I mean, I'm lucky that I have something that I can enjoy, that's safe, it's productive, and the value that I get out of it, for me, is worth it, because I just simply enjoy it that much.
Yeah, you can do it. That's the ROI. If you're enjoying it, that's the result you want. Like, I love doing these shows. I just live for these shows. We've been chatting an hour and a half, and it just flies by. Do you need to go, or are we keeping you?
I'll probably stay until 9, and then I'm going to have to go, which I'm not sure. That's about 25 minutes. Yeah.
Do you have an opinion about AI generated music?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Have you heard much about it? Are you hearing it? Can you tell the difference? What do you think?
AI is in a it's fast developing. And it's just like anything else with a new technology. There's some of it that's very good, and there's some of it that's not so much. I do a lot of video editing for a living, and as it stands right now, it hasn't impacted what I do because so much of what I do is actually shooting, recording and creating, content from the ground up. And you need boots on the ground for that. But where it has changed is, let's say, just 2 or 3 years ago, there were a lot of people who would solicit their services if you had a video cast and it was on YouTube and it was 5 hours long. They'll say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll take all the best parts out of it. I'll put subtitles on it and I'll do all this other stuff. That's the type of thing that right now that's getting annihilated by AI, because the AI can do that kind of stuff very well. So it's impacting editors not so much in generation one, but as you go into clips, other things, color grading, a lot of the post production little bits and pieces. It's coming on. But as it stands right now, if you're going to record something, you still need to have a camera of some kind in your hand and go out and shoot it. Of course, unless you do completely everything generated, which I don't recommend. I think at that point it starts to become very synthetic. I think if you're a creator of some kind and you're going to shoot a documentary about somebody, you want those images to be real. As far as music goes, I'm not that in tune. There was a time when I did a lot with musicians, and that's been years. In recent times, I haven't done so much with music, but I can tell you as a listener, that's something that the music industry has been battling for a long time, and that is synthetic sound. So much of the beats, so much of the backing tracks and everything else are in loops, and they're digital. And back in the day, that was part of the fun of getting the sound that you wanted, arranging a room a certain way or putting the drums a certain way or doing whatever. And a lot of that creativity has been taken away. And a lot of the stuff does sound very similar because of the fact there's only so many reference points for it. And I've always told musicians that, don't rely on the latest technology for your sound. That's the quickest way to date your stuff, especially as technology is changing so fast. 1980s stuff, for example, the Simmons drums, the synthesizers instantly identifies a song as an 80s song. And if you're really into technology, a lot of the software now, a lot of the plugins and everything, if you're really in tune to that, you can instantly recognize that song was recorded in 2017, whereas a piano is always going to sound like a piano, a guitar is always going to sound like a guitar, acoustic drums are always going to sound like drums. And you have a timeless atmosphere when you're recording real sounds. But that's my opinion, It's getting to the point where you could ask AI, since, let's say, over the last 40 years, you could have it search out what bass lines are the most prevalent in number one songs, what catchphrases, what are the beat patterns, what are the beats per minute, what kind of vocal style. And you could actually have AI create from all the number one songs for the last 40 years a mix of a sound that theoretically should be the best of all the number one songs. And at that point, I just don't know if it's real anymore. And I kind of think that art should be real. But that's my opinion. I think there's certain things that AI can do to help the artist. And I'm kind of the mind that software in general should perfect what's been done well. For example, when you hear about remasters and everything, what they're really talking about is back in the 1960s and 70s, you would have a multi-track on tape, and then you would mix it down into 2-channel, which would eventually become the record or the cassette or whatever. And it was second generation. Whereas now you can take those original multi-track recordings, put them in the digital domain, and remix them in a way that is essentially first generation. And editing and doing stuff like that is where the digital realm really helps the artist sound as good as possible. When you start hearing things like, we'll fix it in post, that makes me nervous. If you are a photographer, you should know your craft. You should know the lenses. You should know the filters you are using and get the best possible picture that you can. then put it in a frame, in a digital frame of some kind. That's what digital is for. If you are relying on digital to make your picture or your recording or whatever, your bad product good, you are using it for the wrong thing. You're going to have variance in quality. You're not going to have consistency in terms of what your creative style is. It's not the thing you should be doing with technology. But that's my opinion. I'm sure there's people out there that are going to say that AI is going to do better, but I can't believe that. Not at this time.
Did you hear we talked about this on last week's show? Did you hear about the Beatles song that was a remix of a John Lennon snippet they found in a cupboard? Have you heard this story?
I've heard ones like it. I haven't heard about this one.
So in 2023, Yoko Ono found a cassette from, I think, 1977 in the back of a cupboard with John Lennon just bashing out a tune on just a couple of chords on the piano. And then he sang over the top. And they said, well, we can't ask him, but I reckon he wouldn't mind. So she rang Paul. And Paul said, yeah, I'll have a go at that. And then George was still alive then, and Ringo's still alive. So they said, well, let's work it out. And what they did was they used AI to separate the piano part from the vocal part, and they made those better. They were already there. Like the essence of the song was there. It's called Now and Then. And John Lennon was singing, playing piano. They separated the two tracks so they could make it recording quality. Then, Paul played the bass line over the top. And then he did the harmonies in the chorus. And then Ringo did the the drums. And George, who was still alive at the time, did the actual guitar part. And it's just a functioning song that had 200 million views, and it created a lot of furor in the environment because people are saying, well, is it real? I mean, John Lennon wrote a song in 1977. It's real, but he wasn't on the song. Did we ask his permission? Well, he's not alive to ask. And it's a very good example of what's possible with AI. The song is not bad. It's not great. It's not one of their greatest songs, but we don't have any more songs. Like they split up in 1971. So I'd be interested to know what you think of that as a use of AI. It's just pure tech. Now and Then is the name of the song. I'll
yeah. Well, something I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. There was a report that I ran across a couple of days ago where they have Val Kilmer. His estate has apparently allowed producers to create an AI Val Kilmer in a movie.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's fascinating on the one hand. On the other hand, it's kind of creepy. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah. Well,
Billy, what about if Keith, what's his name, died in the middle of filming? So they, as far as I know, it's CGI. It wasn't AI. And I actually wrote a song about that.
Who died in the middle of filming?
Heath.
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger, yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, I think they used an actor and then they did CGI on that actor's face, basically, to replace it, Heath. So I literally wrote a song about this, Billy, because I don't know where the line is anymore. You had, the synths, the 808s, the midis, and now what's really confusing is now you have, named artists. Like, let's say I don't have a guitar track, but I have everything else, or I need to add, I don't know, something I can't even make with a regular instrument. Like there's a kid, I think he's 8 now, and he just builds out these songs. It's just incredible. And he plays, keyboards. I think he plays drums. But he's creating these songs like from scratch. So it's not like he's not using AI per se, but he's using all of these software tools to create these songs. This is incredible. And I mean, I saw just another recent one where he had a young lady I think she was 12 at the time, and he's like 8 or something. It's incredible because he's obviously a protege, and
Mhm.
he's probably on the spectrum, but it's getting so confusing because, like I said, now you have these named artists that are taking whatever, or they could take an older track like Keith was talking about. They could take an older track and just massage it digitally,
Yeah.
and because some of the tech back then was, I don't want to be mean, but it's not as good as it was today.
Oh, sure.
So in essence, they're remastering it basically, and cleaning it up and whatnot. Now if you're an old school guy, you might, hey, I like the scratch, or I like the like you were saying, I like the sound of that. This sounded like it was in someone's kitchen or something.
Yeah.
And it was engineered that way, right? So, in case you don't know, I am very attached to my AI music. I write the lyrics. I write all of the production notes. It's very similar to what you were actually saying as to, I'm not saying I can recreate, and I don't attempt to recreate, but I pay a lot of attention to all of the instructions, the tempo, the key, all of that stuff. And yeah, I'm not playing the music. In essence, I'm basically producing.
Yeah.
And then there's this whole thing.
Exactly what you are doing, Mike. You're producing. I want to share a really cool piece of news. What's happening in the world of music is there's a huge furor by the record companies saying, well, what's real and what's fair? Forget what's real, what's fair. There is a big debate now about whether or not it's allowed to use this music. So what possibly will happen this year or soon is that several record companies have said, if someone actually sings the song, a real person sings the song, we will allow the production value of the instruments. Now, this is a really interesting middle ground between nothing and all in. Like, I got a mate of mine, I went to his house, we wrote this song, sounded exactly like the Black Eyed Peas. Took us 4 minutes. Right? And you got to ask yourself, is that fair? I mean, they've been going for 20 years. They've got record. They've been probably playing piano since they were 4 years old. Is it fair that I can just rock up to my mate's house, push a button, write a song in 4 minutes? The record industry says no. The music industry said that's not fair. Where did you get that material? So we're now hearing that the middle ground for fairness is if you actually sing the song, then that's a real person who is in, because if you didn't, then who's singing it? A voice fabricator. That's not fair. Whose voice is that? Whose voice is that? And did you get their permission to use it? So this is what they're thinking. In the middle ground, you can use drums and bass and guitar and solos and synths and all of that because they've been in the public domain for a long time, but you have to sing the song yourself. Now, of course, that doesn't suit you, Mike, because you don't. But that's where I think the record industry might draw the line.
It's arbitrary to me, though, Keith. And let me explain. First of all, just for those that are not aware, AI is not repatching someone else's voice. It's trained on millions and millions of songs, or however many songs, and then it learns actually how a song is sung. Then it recreates based on your prompt and some of its own, it recreates the song or the vocals. It's not now. To me, it just seems arbitrary because it's like, well, so all of the musicians are stuck now. It's just to me, it's arbitrary. They're going to have to figure it out, and they're going to have to figure out a way to, which they haven't been doing anyway, which is to reward the artists and reward the particularly the musicians. Anyway, particularly as the training
ground that I think the record company can live with. Because to be fair, Mike, you're not a musician, so you didn't spend 20 years learning guitar.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't buy a $10,000 drum kit and spend every weekend for 20 years learning it. You haven't had that history, so you're not as angry as us. You know, you're not as angry as us.
Well,
About
I
Keith,
spent most of my life in vocals, but that's okay.
Keith, I would also add that digital skills in general. For example, depending on what software you use, like for me, if I create a transition, let's say, for example, okay, how I want to commit. Let's see here. I got a really good idea about a really cool transition here, so I'm going to double this clip and I'm going to stack them on top of each other, and I'm going to put this transition underneath. And wow, doesn't that look cool? Okay, that software is learning my skills.
Yeah.
And and what it's doing is it's teaching AI somewhere, and it's taking all the people who have had that exact type of transition and maybe their tricks to the trade, and it's taking all of those ideas that people have developed, and now it's incorporating them in their production models for how that AI is going to do that same edit. Though that creativity was taken from me.
Yeah, it's a very fine line. One of the reasons I want to tell this story. This is a very important story to tell. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think the numbers are right. One single person, created 20 songs using a site called Suno or whatever. The songs sound like a real band. So I'm thinking it was a he, put that on Spotify. 20 songs. Cool. That doesn't sound too hard. That's not hurting anyone. That's good. Then what he did was he used AI to create 1 million Spotify accounts. 1 million. And then each of those 1 million accounts listens to that song once a day. So he gets 20 million listens a day on songs that don't exist in accounts that don't exist. They took him to court. He's now in jail. But the point is that this guy was able to use AI to create songs that don't exist, or they do exist, but that no one played on, and then create 1 million Spotify accounts to listen to those songs to get 20 million views a day.
That's
to
crazy.
get the credits, right? And then Spotify found out about this. Now, I don't know what it is. I think it's 0.0003 cents. But the point is it's probably about 20 grand a day. And this guy's just sitting back going, well, that was pretty easy. I might just go to the pub now. So at least if you sing the songs yourself, like I'm talking about if you want to pretend you're a real band. I'm not talking about novelty songs or heartfelt sort of traditional songs for weddings. I'm talking about if you want to write music, the line in the sand, and they can tell, they've got software for this, the line in the sand that the publishers at this stage, possibly the record companies will say, if you're not a real band and you didn't sing the song yourself, we're just going to walk away from that project, right? We're not taking part in that level of trickery. Sure, there's skills that you've learned. You've learned how to make yourself sound like Dave Grohl. Good on you. But we've already got one of them. There's already a Dave Grohl. There's already a David Lee Roth and Simon Le Bon. These are all real people, right? So in the world of music for consumption on the radio or however people do it now, I'm hearing from the industry people that this is the line in the sand that they're happy with. Obviously, people that are creating this, they want to do whatever they want. It costs $10 a month. No one gets hurt, right? But the record company says, well, we get hurt. And the artists are thinking, I spent 20 years learning that instrument. And now, like Billy just said, I spent years learning how to do that. And now someone can do it with a push of a button for $4 a week. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's just not fair. Yeah. But that's because I'm on the other side. Yeah. And an 8-year-old kid doesn't know what the ramifications of that. He's got this tool in his phone. He can make himself sound like Beyonce. Or get his sister to sound like Beyonce, and he can sound like Jay-Z or ZZ Top if he wants. And he that's fun for him. He's 8 years old. How cool is that? How clever is he? Yeah. It's a very interesting debate. It's an extremely interesting debate, which is why I've decided not to make, and I'll just say this clearly if anyone's listening to the tape, I've decided to not make money out of making music. I'm doing it for fun. I'm doing it because I enjoy it. It's a hobby. No one gets hurt. It's cost me $10 a month. I'm just doing it for fun. No money changes hands. And maybe that's the line that they want. If you're doing it for fun and they can't really come and get you. So it's a very interesting debate, isn't it, Billy? Because you and I are a bit old school like that. You know, we grew up in the era where you had to use your own hands and your own voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a very interesting debate. Very, very, very interesting. But I want to give you right a reply there, Mike. I did a bit of a rant there. Please reply with what you interpret is happening right now, because I'm sort of a bit left to center on that.
Well, I'm stuck because I'm writing my own lyrics, and the legalities right now is I can copyright the lyrics. I can't copyright the song. Without the lyrics, there is no song.
But is it fair that you're not singing it, or that someone isn't singing it? Do you think that's fair?
Okay. The one thing I think their life is not fair, dude. And I know what you're saying, because I did vocals for years. You know, I've sung half my life. I don't know if there's a great answer, because, like I said, is it fair that there's, you know, drum machines? Is it fair that synthesizers can do all sorts of cool stuff? MIDIs, loopers, you know, all of these other tools. You know, I don't have to be, you know, I can have a drum machine. I don't need a drummer. If I know how to program it, or if I know how to program it.
That is where's the line? Life is not fair. I mean,
yeah.
I don't remember this, but there must have been a huge debate at that time of all these drummers out of work. In fact, there's a band, I don't know if you know this. This is a pretty funky story. There's a band called Echo and the Bunnymen. It's a real band, an English band in the 80s. They had so much trouble getting drummers, they just decided that they would get a drum machine that they called Echo. And they go on stage with a drum machine saying, look, we can't find a drummer. Like, they're just very difficult to find and they never stick around. They're very unreliable. We have a box. Here we are. Bang. Let's go. They've got a box called Echo and the Bunnymen. They actually went to market with a drum machine as their percussionist. And how's that for cool? No, that's like 1982. So it's been a long time debate, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, it really started with probably even more before synths, right? But there was a lot of outcry with synthesizers.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it was huge. It was. I don't know if it was quite as big, because you would argue, okay, you couldn't do what you can with a you know, but then you start like, well, wait a minute, what about these DAWs? What about these DAWs like this kid is using? He's a very talented dude. There's no doubt. And he, in essence, he's almost creating the sound himself. So it's like, it's not exactly the same thing, but he has like a huge tool set. It's deep and it's wide. And he's doing things he couldn't. I mean, he's creating sounds that you can't make in the world, basically, by doing all these, you know, knobs and changes and stuff, including voice. And then after all of that, Keith, this is really gonna be funny, because he's working with some big names. Do you know? Is it Jelly Roll? Or anyway, whoever. There was a bunch of well-known names that he knows, and he's like this 9. I think now he's 9. But he's doing it. I mean, like I said, he has a keyboard, but he's not even using the keyboard as like a piano. He's using it to create all these, including a piano, all these tracks. I mean, his creations are like ridiculous. They're like, and like I said, he's doing like these little. I don't even know how to like, he claps and then turns the clap into, you know, another sound and all of this stuff. So it's very, very murky, my friend. I mean, AI is
extremely. It's an extremely interesting point, and
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that because of the two stories that I've heard. One is there was an example of someone who wrote songs, put them on Spotify, was making about $20,000 a day as a fabricated producer.
Mhm.
Because he create, and that's just theft, right?
That's fraud. Well, that's out and out fraud. And I know that not just I think Deezer and a couple others. What was happening is that, and this is, it wasn't widespread, but it was widespread fraud, and that they were having because you're not making that much money. By the way, you have to have to make $1,000. I think I figured this out. To make $1,000 a month, you have to have roughly 333,000 streams. Now, if he was doing 1 million a day or something, but that should have. I'm sorry, but these folks should have been able to figure that out. There should be a way to figure out what a valid.
I did.
You know what I mean? And they took them down.
So let's play this out. Layla's calling in from Vancouver. I'll bring her in a minute, but let's just assume these numbers are right, just for the sake of it. They're pretty accurate. He wrote 20 songs. He set up 1 million Spotify accounts fraudulently. The 1 million accounts listen to the song once a day, or maybe continuously every day. So 20 million plays of that song every day is $60,000 because it's 0.003 cents. Right now, this is what people are trying to prevent. He didn't create the songs from any talent he had as a musician. Maybe he did. I don't know. That's highly debatable. But the point is, he didn't sing the song. He didn't record it with a real band. And then he fraudulently created 1 million accounts. And he was making $60,000. Probably only got away with it for 1 or 2 days. And then they found out, like they would have. But this is what we're seeing. Now, Billy, I know you got to go. Why don't we do a little bit of a rewind for you? Just a high-level top-up of what you think we chatted about today and how we can help you moving forward.
Well, it's always great to get other opinions, and because when you get too entrapped in your own ideas, it's never a good thing. And I enjoy listening to talented people and getting their inputs on things and their opinions of things and different perspectives. So that alone has a value that I can't necessarily list, but these types of conversations do me a lot of good. So I really appreciate everybody that brought their opinions forth and our perspectives. I think we agree on the basic things about creating, and the number one thing is in my case it's the audience. And for social audio, it's the people that you're interacting with. You want to make sure that those people have a good experience, or otherwise everything else is bullshit. It don't matter what microphones you're using or what software you're using. If the people that are there to share that experience with you, either as an audience or an interactive audience, if they don't have a good experience, it doesn't matter. So these always help me grow, and I really appreciate everybody putting up with me for 2 hours.
I love what you're saying. My big favor is if you can at least connect with Mike and Americo, and you decide. It is your show, but I think we can circumvent podmatch.com this one time, and you've got a recommendation from me that these people are real.
I have no doubt.
And you've heard them talking, and we can probably and this is probably another way to find great guests. So I know that Billy's got to go, but Americo and Mike, please connect with him. He's got a real podcast in the real world and he's just a cool dude.
Mike, I couldn't find you on LinkedIn, but if you want to connect with me on Billy D's, I'm not sure what your last name is, but I will definitely connect with you if you send me an invite.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I will do that. I got America and I got connected.
So I'm going to rewind, and I'll give you guys a hand. We've been chatting about 2 hours. Oh, shut up! What was that about? What was that about? So, what do you think, Mike? What are the rewinds? I know we touch on this AI stuff, and I was a musician, and Layla's saying, hang on, what's the definition of a musician? If you're writing songs, you're a musician. And for me, the definition of a musician is someone who can play an instrument. That's maybe a very loose definition. A musician is someone who can play music. I'm guessing that's just a very loose definition. I might Google that. But what do you think of the key points we've talked about today? And let's keep it moving. It's such a fascinating topic, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think we kind of started out about podcasting versus live streaming, and I mean, it would. By the way, I was very grateful to have Billy here because, first of all, he has a great voice. It seems like he has a great setup. And I liked what he had to say about there's no doubt, and we've talked a little bit about this before, is that you can spend the time, or you have to spend the time, basically, if you want to have a quality podcast, to do the editing. And particularly, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, he's also doing video, right? So it's a video podcast.
It's the new definition, isn't it? It's the new definition of podcasting, video included.
So a vodcast, or whatever you call that, a video, a podcast. And that, and I mean, I had to agree. I was thinking about what he was saying, because I'm actually going to look into sort of a pro tool for video, because in order to really get anywhere with my marketing, I have to, well, I believe there's going to be a leg up to have video, even if they're shorts. And I would like to do on occasion song length videos. So whether I make a podcast about that, Keith, it's kind of where I'm heading, at least just for the audio only stuff, would be to do a podcast of me talking through the process of creating a song or two, or whatever seems to make sense. It's kind of where I'm headed. And I would use podcasts, and then use tools like whatever the Opus Clip or what have you, to break those up into shorts, and then start sending them out, and mostly probably to TikTok. So I think it was a good discussion that way. I think AI is going to continue to be controversial. There are already named artists that are using it for basically as a studio tool, so whether they're singing or not, or whether they're adding female vocals behind them, or whatever the case is. It's really muddy and really confusing when they do that, because like I've seen multiple artists go out, and so they had an idea, they had a quote unquote demo, right? And then they said they didn't like it, or they were stuck. Some of the artists are actually using AI to ideate, as they call it. So they just use it to sort of come up with ideas, and then they don't use, well, some of them do, but then they'll go back into the studio, create it, and then maybe add some tracks that they didn't have or whatever. And so, like I said, this whole, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. And I think the fair thing, back to what you're saying, is there needs to be a way to compensate the artists that were scraped, for lack of a better word, during training. But I have no visibility or responsibility for that. I didn't create the model. And that one of the things, my understanding, Keith, is that Suno and Warner are going to they're going to recreate a model that is based on Warner artists. So they're retraining a new model based on Warner musicians. And then somehow, I don't know, and they haven't come out with any explanation, by the way, to the current users. But then I'm given to understand that the artists will be compensated somehow. Now, I don't know if that's per song. I don't even know how that works. And they'll have to figure that out. That's up to the lawyers. And,
yeah. Well, I've been meaning to tell you, because I had a good chat with my mate on some Saturday night. And he uses Suno all the time. And what he worked out is that if you can put in the recording, because he writes songs with and records them, he records real songs on an 8-track. And so he put the a cappella version, just the singing, into into Suno, and it uses the song to build a song around it. And so it picks the chords and the drum pattern and the bass line, but the song remains the same, which is a Led Zeppelin reference. And he did the harmonies, and he employed this female singer. They're working together, and so the song sounds like them, but the production is higher, right? And he was chatting to his because he's got a publishing deal, and he said, "We think this is possibly of a fair use of AI. You're already singing the song. It's your song. It just sounds better than it would have been in your bedroom, right? Because he's got a lot of gear, but you know, this level of production would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this girl that he's working with said, "Look, I'm working with producers, and they can't do this. Like,
Yep.
there's no producer in Melbourne currently capable of doing this level of production in the raw facility in Melbourne, right? That she knows of in Melbourne where we live. So I could go to the highest quality studio and pay $2,000 a day, and they still wouldn't get this sound. Right? And but we are singing the song that we wrote, and so the publisher who they're navigating with said, "Look, I think we may be able to come to that, because I've said to them categorically, we will not accept songs written with AI, up until about 2 weeks ago. No way. Just don't send them to me. We're not having it. You know, if you can't record it yourself, just go away. We'll nullify your contract. Just, you know, we're not having it." This is the public. Yeah.
I think Deezer said that, but as far as I know, Boot Camp says if I am a participant, aka I'm writing the lyrics, my understanding is that they will accept that. They won't accept both. In other words, the AI is doing everything. And I don't know how you prove that. And so one of the things I'm thinking about doing, we'll see. And to be honest, I know I'm not going to make any money, Keith, on streaming. It's not really my intent. My intent is to get eyeballs on my music or ears on my music and then have them buy them.
It's very interesting because you're a poet. You're very attached to the fact that a song is a lyric, but it isn't.
Yep.
It's one component, maybe 30%.
Yeah.
There's whole songs that have been famous that haven't had words.
Well, and there's songs that are famous that you can't understand the words.
Yeah. The lyrics for me are at best 50%.
Yeah.
I mean, some of my favorite songs don't have words.
I think if Imagine didn't have words, I don't think it'd be the same song.
Of course, because that is the words. But you think of some very, very famous songs that you don't even know the words. You're dancing to it and you don't even know what you're doing.
No, exactly. Well, EDM is absolutely like that. There's no doubt. And half of hip hop, I can't understand what they're saying. Rock depends. Some real headbanging stuff, I can't understand what they're saying either. No, I agree with you for some genres, and most of the genres I'm actually writing to are not that. Most of them, you know, like the one I wrote for America's community was singer. Well, the one he picked was singer-songwriter. And it's the words. I mean, for me, it's the words because I put a lot of emotion and effort and thought into writing the lyrics. So,
it's a good discussion to have because even our approach to songwriting is different. As I said, I was in a band. We wrote the music first. The lyrics just filler for us. It's just something to sing in the choruses while the girls are dancing. You know, that's for us. That you don't listen to our songs on a Sunday afternoon with a bottle of wine. You know, you're dancing on the dance floor or listening in the car.
Yeah.
And you know, my wife has sung my songs while she's doing the dishes. Hey, guess what? I just saw you doing that. You just sang my song. Great thrill. But Americo, we've left you out a bit. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. And we're into this third hour. What do you think are the key points of what we talked about? And where do you want to take it? Because you and Billy are doing somewhat similar things. Let me just play that funky sound. Well, let's rewind. We've been going 2 hours. What are you thinking? What are you thinking are the best bits? What are the best bits, Americo? And where do we go from here?
Well, I'd like to address, I'm going to take my YouTube law degree and raise the question around this whole AI and musicians and artists trying to protect their years of experience and their years in their industry. But how about the everyday worker who has built a career, decades as well, building proprietary information for the corporations and businesses that they've worked for? and then get let go because AI has replaced their accountabilities, their function.
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it?
Why is there no one standing for, right? How's no one standing up for the 9 to 5 or whatever is up in arms for artists?
Are they not? I mean,
I'll
are you
leave that.
thinking they're not? Are they not standing up for them?
I don't hear the conversations happening to the same frequency or to the same degree. I think people are just going away quietly. They're taking their packages, and they're accepting the fact that their roles have been replaced.
I like this conversation because what we're doing is we've had a very specific conversation about a drummer being replaced by a drum machine. But what about a programmer who at 38, 48, maybe 58 thinks, you know, there's nothing for me to do now. I just have to go home and watch Netflix all day. Right. So
coding used to be a skill, right?
Yeah.
Now you can build an app with like close to, if not no coding, and just leverage AI and build something. Anybody, I can build something. You could build something without having spent a 4-year degree in computer sciences or whatever degree. It's amazing what AI is replacing us. And I'm worried. It may not be in our generation, but academia. What's academia going to look like in 20, 30 years from now?
It's a very, very good question, because why would you go to uni for 4 years and pay whatever it is for you, 20,000, 50,000, have a debt, come out at the other end and says, hang on, sorry, you've just spent 4 years at uni. We got this 16-year-old kid straight out of high school. He is 3 times more proficient than you, and it cost us nothing. Like, we're paying him about $10 an hour. He's so good, but he's a kid. He doesn't mind. It's pocket money for him. So the whole I'm exaggerating to make a point, but the point is you could come out of uni at like 26, maybe 24, and you're 6 years behind the real world. And I say that because I taught in the university system, and I know that a lot of the stuff they teach is not based on the real world. Geez, that's a controversial topic. Please prove me wrong. But I think, you know, you're teaching these theories from 1957 out of a book that doesn't even exist anymore. What about getting with the real world? And so as someone who's doing it, an 8-year-old kid bashing out on a computer with his sister, is doing things at 8 years old we still can't do now. It's a very poignant point, isn't it, Americo? Especially as you just said about controversy. Luckily, we're in the 3rd hour. I think I'm going to lose a testicle today because I've just said something very controversial, and I'm going to get people hating on me. But like, I went to uni, and I got to be honest, it felt like a bit of a waste of time. I don't know. I don't know. Let's have that discussion. I'll bring Layla on this. She's the HR expert. Do you think university is still relevant, or is AI just completely changing the landscape? And are people just coming straight out of high school getting the jobs that took them 10 years in the past to learn? What do you think?
That's a great question. Definitely technology is definitely, changing our lives every day. But I would say going to school and getting skills, it just gives you an opportunity to maybe think differently, open your mindset, critical thinking, some of the things that you may not be able to learn on your own, collaborating with others, working on projects, developing those skills that by yourself behind a computer, you might lose those social skills. So I do believe there's some opportunities there to build collaboration, networking, connecting with people. Because I think the more technology, the more we're losing that. However, I believe there's a bit of a return to more and more human connections.
Yeah, well, we are human. Obviously, we still need it. The key is, what are we going to do? I mean, what are we going to do all day if AI does everything? Imagine what all those truck drivers are going to do when they suddenly invent a truck that can go from Melbourne to Sydney and back in 20 hours and doesn't need a person. What are the truck drivers going to do? I mean, they've been driving trucks for 20 years. Now suddenly a machine does it. I mean, what are they going to do? We're facing that reality in our lifetime, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
We are. By 2030, maybe at least 50% of the jobs may or may not exist anymore. It will be different, right? Like right now, let's say we're all... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You go. What are you thinking?
No, go ahead, Layla. Finish.
Because we're using technology. So let's say right now, like you're creating something, let's say Mike is like writing music, but he's still himself creating the lyrics, writing the poem, writing the content, writing all of it, and using this technology to help. But there's still that human part of it. So I think the job will be redesigned based on where the technology is going and what we can do. There's going to be a combination of both.
Yeah, well, there's two parts to this, and pick up on this, Mike. There's two parts to this. What are we going to do all day if AI can do everything? What are we just going to do? And how are we going to live? How are we going to get income, money coming in? How are we going to live? How are we going to get bread on the table and petrol in the car, if indeed petrol exists after May? We're running out. We'll talk about that in a minute. But how are you going to get paid if AI is doing everything? How are we going to live? And if we can live, what are we going to do?
Yeah, we're not going to get paid. We're going to barter. We're not going to use fiat. We're going to get out of this, governmental system of stealing our money, and we're going to barter. So when America needs a track for something that he wants, he contacts me, and then when I want to get on a show, I contact him, or whatever service that he has. And I'm kind of serious about this. I don't know if we'll get rid of fiat, but I'm kind of serious about this because we went through the Industrial Revolution, that people had to adjust and retrain. The horse and the horse and buggy went away with the automobile. The factories have changed with the addition of robots. What scares me probably more than anything, Keith, actually, is these humanoid robots that Elon wants to build that will potentially even get rid of more people, anyone that's doing kind of blue collar manual labor type.
So we'll barter for things we need. So if I go to get my car serviced, which I would because I'm lazy, how am I going to? What have they got? What have I got that they want?
You have to figure that out. Let's stay relevant, Keith.
Yeah, okay. So
in all seriousness, like I couldn't find a cyber job. Why? In part because I'm over 50.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's reality.
Yeah.
Right. So we have
time. Carrie could talk about this if she's still listening. There comes a time. There's a show I'm going to talk to you about in a minute, Mike. But once you get over 60, you may be lucky enough that you don't have to work. You might have saved enough. But at 23 years old, say a kid buys an Audi, which he might do. What does Audi want that he has that makes up for the $300 service they're going to charge him on his Audi after 12 months? I mean, how can barter work in that context? What's he going to do?
We can barter, Keith, with fiat replacement, like digital coins. And there's ways to mine those. There's ways to trade those. There's, it's literally it's up to you to get creative enough. I mean, that's really what they're going to have to do. Is they're going to have to figure out how they can make a living. What skills do they either have or need to develop to make their way in the world?
That's very fascinating. Let's pick up on that, Americo. I'm not a big fan of cyber, of crypto. I'm not a big fan of it. We're not using it. My wife's a financial planner. She's threatened to kick me out of the house and change the locks if I experiment with crypto. It's that difficult. So we just are not part of the crypto discussion. In our lifetime, we'll never use it. But I'm very fascinated to know how we'll live and how we'll pay for things if AI takes all our jobs. Well, what do we do? What do you think, America? Yeah. Talking about the university system, what are we going to do all day? And how are we going to eat?
Yeah, so definitely it's about reinventing ourselves, and I totally agree with Mike. We're going to take a huge step back and go back to the roots where it becomes part of our daily lives. Uh, but with that said, upskilling will also be a requirement, because you don't be caught or create a vacuum or a time capsule where you can't take the skills that you learned 20, 30 years ago and expect someone to kind of digress to meet you where you're at. So there will be a requirement to continuously learn just to stay afloat. But that won't be, that learning won't come from academics. That learning is going to come from street smarts. People are going to have to figure some of this out on their own. To what degree, and I don't know, but I do see what Mike is saying as coming to fruition, something that will come to fruition.
So you're saying barter over currency? You go and buy a coffee.
It doesn't have to be. Let's be clear. It doesn't have to be per se be digital currency. But Keith, you may be using digital currency and you don't even know it. And what I mean by that is there are some systems between banks that are already using digital currency.
Yeah, of course. But if I go and buy a coffee and they say, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll iron your shirt tonight if you give me a coffee.
No, that's I know you're being a little facetious, but no. What you would have some sort of, like I'm saying, digital currency or mechanism, because when you think about what is paper money, the origin of paper money was the rich people had gold in the bank. That's why they called it a banknote. And so you just traded the banknotes. You didn't trade gold because it kept on getting robbed by robbers on the road. So that was the origin of fiat, right? But now it's not, there's no gold basis or any basis for fiat now. So, this is all like, smoke and mirrors, really, the whole economies, the world economies, actually. So I think
bartering, is it? It's not bartering. Like I'm not trading a pound of oranges for a pizza. I mean, I'm trading a currency which has a value for a product that you decide has a value. And so it's currency. It's not bartering.
It's a form of bartering. It's extended bartering because I'm bartering my time for the currency, right? And then I'm bartering the currency for actual objects. It's extended bartering to me.
Okay, that's an extreme. What a great definition. If you want to join us on this, Carrie, I'm very happy to have you. I'm lucky in the sense, I think in the sense that I've retired. I worked from 1984 to 2024, 40 years, saved my guts out, paid the house off. So I don't have to worry about making money. I mean, I haven't got a lot. I'm not saying I'm rich. I'm not rich, but I don't need much. We don't have kids. We don't have dogs. We've paid off the house. Life is pretty simple here. And we have enough to put food in our belly. But what about people who can't do that? Like a truck driver. What hope has he got, he or she? What hope has a truck driver got of learning a skill that can earn him currency, crypto, in 2026? I mean, what hope? He's driven a truck for 20 years. He sat on his ass from here to Sydney and slept overnight and come back. I mean,
he's not a one-dimensional. He's not one-dimensional though, Keith. He does something else. He may not even realize it, but he manages a household or something. We're not one-dimensional. We're not our jobs. We chose to do certain jobs, but and I guess this is what I'm saying, and I know it's going to be frustrating. People are going to have to deal with disruption. It's going to be disruptive. Most technology or most change actually is disruptive, but they're going to have to figure it out. Keith.
Yeah.
What happens if the economy goes to crap?
Well, we're already,
what happens when you have hyperinflation? All of a sudden, that stuff and it's me too, because I'm in the same boat. I'm getting close to retirement age. I have this little nest egg, which is to some degree of a fairy tale, because if the U.S. dollar goes hyperinflated, I'm in trouble
Yeah.
because that money isn't worth what it was.
Do you want to pick up on this, Layla? You've made some comments there on Substack about the entrepreneurial mindset. I want to take this track a little bit. I was going down the UBI idea that maybe people who are rich owe it to the people that are poor to look after each other. But of course, that's not a universally accepted principle. So the entrepreneurial mindset, Layla, let's talk about this. You are in HR. What does the world of work look like to you in the next, say, 10 years?
It's a great question. And I what Mike said as well is, people, we're more than what we are as a title and what we do. We have other sides of yourself that you can leverage. So if you're a truck driver, you probably learn a few skills about managing the truck. So it means that somewhat they can, retrain to maybe become a mechanic, because you're still going to need those, even if you don't have, if the trucks are driving on its own. But the engineering behind it, you still need people to design it and redesign it. There's technical issues. If the truck breaks down, you're still going to need somebody to repair it. So those garages, so people, so any skills you have built. Like, I would hope that also my doctor goes to school, because I don't want an AI trained doctor, because that would be scary to me. Okay, so certain things, I think it's important that school is still going to be there. But every skill that you have, if we teach people to become entrepreneurs, so we all learn a career and you switch it up and become an entrepreneur, then you can find a way to earn an income without relying on an employer, because you want to be mindful that you don't want to have one hand that feeds you and one hand that can starve you. If that makes sense, there's way that we can leverage all this technology, and the tools and the resources that we have. So we need to be able to think outside the box. And I think that people, I do say that people should start looking into the thinking entrepreneurial mindset, but going to take those courses of an entrepreneur. What does it take to be an entrepreneur? What do you need to start building a business? How the startup works? Build those courses, so just in case something happens, you're able to build something for yourself eventually, because there's many industries that may not be longer there. We can barter to a certain degree, but we're still going to need some kind of currency.
Let's pick up on this. Is actually really, 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 really cool. Let's pick up on this. The idea of a side hustle. This is not an Australian word. I had never heard of this until recently, but apparently everyone's got a side hustle. Everyone's got a job, and on the side, on the weekends at night, 3 a.m, they've got a side hustle. And this is exactly what you're talking about. If your job falls away, you've got a second source of income. Is that sort of what you're talking about? Do you have a side hustle, Layla? And if so, what's that? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so maybe, I guess in Australia it's not as common, but in the North America, and I think some other parts of the world, it's actually growing. I think it started as well as like Mike said, we're multidimensional. So some of us, we go in the workplace, we have a job, we have a title, but there's also other parts of us that we can't use in the workplace that is really a big part of who we are. If you're a creative person, like we all are creatives, some workplace will not allow you to use the creativity. So by doing that side hustle, you'll be able to create something on the side that brings you joy, that is fun, that uses all these other parts of your brain that you can't use in the workplace. And sometimes some of these side hustles become a full-time business. You just don't know where it's going to take you until you try it.
No, this is exactly what I'm talking about. A side hustle. I'd never heard that phrase before. We might call it, say, a passion project. And I was a musician, so I know exactly how that feels. I worked in jobs I hated because I needed the money, but on the weekends and at night, I was working my guts out trying to get, to be a musician for a living. So let's pick up on the idea of a side hustle as a way of precursor. Like the truck driver drives from Melbourne to Sydney, 10 hours, sleeps overnight, comes back. And weekends he might, what would he do? I don't know. He might be just too tired from driving. He won't just want to sit on the couch and drink beer and watch football. I'm guessing that's what I'd do. So have you got a side hustle, or when you were working in cyber, Mike, did you have a side hustle, or were you just too busy working to do it?
I can neither confirm or deny that I had a side hustle. What I want to pivot slightly, but it's sort of the same.
Yeah, fair enough. No worries.
And that is there is no such thing, and I think Layla would agree with me. In the U.S. anyway, maybe in some other countries, and there are some countries that do it a little differently, but there is no such thing in corporate America as job security. So you should have developed by now at least a consulting mindset. And what I mean by consulting is whatever. I mean, it's whatever your main skill or your side skill, or experience or knowledge, and you monetize that, dude. I mean, I know it sounds bizarre, but I actually think that the youngins are going to have to do this, because I don't think they were necessarily prepared in uni, and that they came out, they were basically maybe a little even brainwashed in uni. And when I went through uni, I wasn't really prepared for when I took computer science, the the stuff that I was supposed to be doing in computer science, I hadn't been trained at all for. So, my skills that I got in uni were to learn how to learn. And that's accelerated now with AI. So that's what I'm using. I'm not using AI for answers. I'm not even using AI. Well, I shouldn't say to do anything, but I'm using it as pattern match and to learn. So I'm extending. I'm using it as a thinking partner. I'm using it as a pattern match. So when I'm trying to figure something out, maybe even as a sort of validation step, that I'll use AI for. I'm not using it, and it's always I'm looking at what comes out of it, but I'm not really using it as what I call an oracle. I don't use it that way. So I think that the younger generation, or the people that are going to get displaced by disruption, are going to have to sort out what they're doing, because I think we're in that era now. It's not a future era, at least in the States, in tech, they've just been releasing now. Supposedly they hire them back, and it's very hard to tell. And to your point, Keith, I think you were saying that people are getting let go, and then they hire the younger ones, because the younger ones, there's an assumption that younger ones are going to cost less. But I just think from a labor perspective, we have to start looking sort of out for ourselves, and either, as America said, upskilling, or taking I think that we have tremendous value, and Coach Carey's here. I think we have tremendous value that we need to capitalize on. What I mean by that is we have lived experience. We have, all of these transferable skills. We have to figure out how to monetize that moving forward, because that's what's going on. We can't trust corporate America to keep us employed.
I love this. I love this discussion. It's very interesting. Like, side hustles are not really a thing here. I mean, you go to work, you come home, you buy a house, you have weekends off. I mean, that's the Australian lifestyle. Maybe some people are clever and think ahead of time, but my wife doesn't have a side hustle. She's been working since 1986. Never had a second job. Never thought of it. We don't. It's not really an Australian thing. But what do you think, America? You've been retrenched like me 3 times. Did you always have the sort of side hustle mindset, or is this not a Canadian thing either?
Well, it is a Canadian thing, but I was so immersed and entrenched and devoted to my profession that I wanted weekends to myself. I wanted evenings to myself. I was all in on my corporate role and didn't really lean into the side hustle. But part of me regrets that, because now I had to build that whole consultancy mindset, because I have all this equity that I've built up in terms of experience, and didn't have a pipeline to back myself up. So I had to create that pipeline. Now, the one thing that is being spoken of here, and it, I guess, vaguely gets touched on, and then it gets kind of shelved, is this global basic income. So the government's already talking about it. here, and they're probably talking about it in other governments and other countries, because they understand there's going to come a time where they're going to have to give and provide the basic income for someone to sustain and put food on their table and roofs over their head, because technology is going to replace most of that labor. And it goes hand in hand with what, I talk about being a live stream coach and producer. That's the pipeline I'm now trying to monetize, because I want to keep that human element. I understand that technology may replace some of what I'm doing. I know that technology definitely enhances what I'm doing, but it still keeps that human element. So it's fascinating.
Let's pick up on this. This is very, very cool. You may have missed some of the earlier discussions, but Billy, who is a very cool dude, was talking mostly about the on-demand culture that we have. You listen to a podcast on the train, in the car, while you're working out. But you and I both, Americo, love the idea that we are talking right now to people that are there right now. And that's the element that you can't get with AI. Like, I'm talking to you and you're talking to me. I could talk to AI maybe, but the point is I'm talking to a real person about lived experience in Canada compared to what it's like to live in Melbourne, Australia. Now, that's priceless. That's what we want. And I think it's so fascinating to me, because I'm hearing phrases I've never heard before. I'm more inclined to believe that society will work towards a UBI. If that truck driver can't be an entrepreneur, that's not his fault. He's spent 20 years driving trucks. He loves driving trucks. He's never thought of having his own business because it's not in his brain. Carol has never thought of having her own business, and she never will. She just doesn't want to. So if she gets retrenched, she's got nothing other than the savings that she's accumulated on her own effort. She's never going to work for herself. Even if she gets retrenched, she's never going to do it. She just doesn't want to. But what about all those people that can't be entrepreneurs? They're just not in their makeup. They just don't think that way. And that's fair enough. A UBI is on the table. What do you think, Carrie, as a retirement coach? And is a UBI something that you can see? Do you know what I mean by UBI? Is that have you heard that discussion in your circles?
So, good evening, everyone. UBI is not a popular term in our circles. I don't know if it's an Australian term, but in regard to side hustles, when I'm coaching people, I talk about multiple streams of income. We call it MSI. And we encourage people, when possible, to have multiple streams of income. And so that the goal is to have, according to Robert Kiyosaki, you want to be on the right side of the quadrant where you are a business owner or you're an investor. Because ideally what happens with corporations is that they know how to leverage time. And so 1 hour in a day, let's say 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., if you have 10 employees work that hour, well, now your 1 hour as a corporation has actually turned into 10 hours or 20 hours or 30 hours, depending on how many employees you have. And so the idea of trading time for money versus having your money work for you because you're trading ideas, I think it's a great conversation to have. And I love what Americo said about leveraging live streaming as an additional stream of income, because it enhances what we are already doing. And so the options to use AI to enhance what you're doing is absolutely amazing. One of the songs that Mike LeBlanc wrote for me for my Retirement Clarity show, which I haven't aired yet, it is a surprise, keep waiting. But that song, he didn't have to do the vocals. He was able to use technology. He was able to look at my bio, and then he wrote the lyrics himself. And so it was really just, if I must say so myself, a job well done. And so using technology, it's a time saver. So you don't have to try to get the band together. You don't have to see what everybody's schedule is. And so I think the benefits of technology relative to live streaming, relative to creating music, and relative to leveraging income, if you're not using AI, you are going to be left behind. Not using AI can be equated to a horse and buggy, Whereas using AI right now, that's first class flying.
Yeah, I think this is actually true because there will be people, and I've got to be honest, I'm starting to feel that I might be one of them. Bez has a show. Bez will come probably later today, but Bez has a show about GIF Hub. I think that's what it's called. And I look, I've got to be honest. When people talk about AI, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so far away from my mindset that I currently have that it seems irrelevant to me. No, I'm retired. And there it is. Bez says he wants to join right now. So I agree that if you are 23 or 38, you probably do need to have a side hustle and possibly need to talk about multiple streams of income. But if you're 58 or 68, I don't know where you want to position that. I think it's fair to think that you may want to just slow down. This 20-year-old truck driver who's driven trucks from Melbourne to Sydney every day for 20 years, I don't think it's fair to think that he's going to be able to just magically change his brain. He's busy driving a truck. When is he going to learn AI? And why should he? Right?
Well, can I interject and just say that a lot of times when people think of artificial intelligence, Keith, they honestly think about things like ChatGPT. They think about things like Claude. And in the music industry, sometimes people think about things like Suno, or I just use Pictory to put together my own video. I learned how to do that in a matter of a couple of hours. And so, but there are other types of AI that you're actually already using. You save these shows using digital storage. That's AI. If you're storing things in the cloud, if you have an email address, if you have a cell phone, you're already using artificial intelligence. The fact that you can walk around with a computer in your pocket that doesn't have to be plugged in or connected to anything is artificial intelligence. This conversation that we're having, the fact that you are in Australia, I'm in Indiana, Layla is in Canada. I'm not 110% sure where everybody else is, but these are things that we're able to do because of the benefits of technology. Hey, Baz.
I love this discussion.
Hey,
I love it.
hey, I'm,
So,
I'm from
mate,
Jupiter.
we're 3 hours in. Billy was on the call today, Bez. Billy.
Oh, he was.
And we were talking
I
what
missed
he
him.
talked about. Yeah, what he talked about is he loves podcasting, doesn't like lives. Right? That's part of the first hour. And there's more
Wow.
gadgets to buy. But I'm glad you came because I wanted to apologize to you for ranting. I've got to be honest. I'm a bit sick of the discussion about AI. I don't understand it, and I don't understand it. And I'm going to go into bat for all the people that don't understand it. Sure, you have to learn it, but what if you can't?
Well, I mean, you just don't. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I'm doing this, and Keith, I took no offense to what you said. I mean, you want to be in the audience. That's the first step, to be in the conversation. And believe me, when blockchain and NFTs and DeFi were rolling around during the height of it, I was sitting on the sideline just watching, and my son kept egging me on. I said, okay, you know what? The reason I don't get involved is because, I don't understand it. And the moment I said that, I knew I said the wrong thing because that's not what I taught my kids. And it was that night I went and set up my own MetaMask wallet. And then him and I were able to have a conversation, right? This is the world he lives in. He won't tell me how much is in his bag. He will tell me that he bought a major crypto coin at such a low price in the early days that he's living under my roof, and I don't know what I got, but it may be something, but it's okay. It's okay. And I want to say hi to everybody here because I want to give every person here an opportunity. I don't know if any of you know this, but I'm running what is called the AI Mastery Lab series on Wednesday nights at 6 Eastern time. And the whole point of it is to learn from each other. And so you can be 101 remedial level, you could be extra, it doesn't matter. We want to all learn from each other. And
Yeah.
so I'd love for every single one of you to present. And Mike, I've been after you. Carrie, I want you. America, Layla. I know Keith just wants to watch right now. But if you can teach one thing in an hour, we're going to all be better. And so the invitation's open. So yeah, I just wanted to. I wish I was here a little bit early. I was just doing a lot of other stuff.
When we got a show tomorrow, come again. But what I'd love to hear from you is, why do you use Zoom? I love this. I think this is a good discussion to have. Personally, I do not like Zoom, but you love it, and it must have some benefits. Yeah. So what are the benefits of Zoom for these types of things that you're doing?
Well, it's a common tool many people know how to use because it's been around for a while. So it's probably as mature as a product as you can have. Now, is it the best out there? Probably not, but it has its use case in a business setting. It's reliable. It's constantly improving. I don't care who you are when it comes to video meetings, straight up business ones. Like you got Teams, you got Google Meet. The standard is Zoom. Now, luckily for me, I was using it early on during the pandemic and even before the pandemic. So it's just, I feel comfortable with it, and it's reliable. That's the thing for me. Like,
fair enough. And you can have 100 people on for $20 a month, can't you?
Yeah. I think it's even less than that, like $15, $16. Yeah, it's very affordable, and they now have their own Google Docs. They have Zoom Docs. They've improved it. Like I can do things while I'm in the meeting with their tool set, and so and I don't even use it to its full capabilities, but it just works for me. And here's the thing: I don't have to explain to people how to use Zoom. I don't.
I know this is good. Let's have this discussion because there's so many discussions we've had. Mikey, I'll come back to you for this because Kevin Turner in Dallas, Texas, mentioned this brand new site called Ripley today. So, and he thought he was doing me a favor, and he was, but I'd already heard of it. What do you think of Zoom, and what's out there that's comparable or even better?
Well, Keith, it depends on your use case. Ripley is the next generation, not made by Richard, but it's Go Brunch on steroids.
Yeah, but can you come back to Zoom? What do you think of Zoom?
Well, it's related. Zoom to me is not, as you probably remember, I am passionate about community building. Zoom is not a community building platform. It isn't. It's more of a broadcast medium. And for Bez's use case, if he's trying to teach a class or to have someone present, that's pretty much what it was made for. I attended, and Bez, you probably know her. I attended Pat Romaletti's. She had these Thursday night, 800 people sometimes, Keith. But that's great for if she's teaching, she was teaching various things about job search, and more importantly, she calls it bulletproofing your career, which we were kind of talking about indirectly. And so that's great, right? Because she's doing, she had a a PowerPoint or whatever, and so the one-to-many that works great, but it doesn't work great if you're trying to engage with your audience. You can't. And so the other thing, it was supposed to also kind of sort of be about networking. Well, you can't network with 800 people all at once. So the idea is you would save the chat, right? So everyone would put their networking information, your LinkedIn or emails, whatever you were going to put in, including your what you were looking for, and you put that in the chat. But you couldn't interact with people on with 800 other people. So it really does, Keith, depend on your what's your use case. Coach Carrie, she's if she wants to have larger classroom or webinar type Zoom's fine. But if you're trying to build community, I don't think Zoom is your platform.
Now let's have this discussion. I really want to have this
Yeah,
discussion.
I
I
don't
personally
think
don't
it,
like it, but I'd want to know what other people think of it. Carrie, you
yeah,
like
just
Zoom?
real,
You go, Bez. You tell me what you're thinking.
no, just real quick, to Mike, I don't think it was ever meant to be a community platform. I mean, you got Discord that's way better on that. You've got so many other platforms. To me, it was just a simple business meeting platform, right? And that's where I use it a lot. One to one, one to however many. Yeah, you can hold large meetings, and to a certain extent, it's hard, like you said, to network with 800 people. But if you have a certain number, you could, a smaller group than that, you can do, you know, what do you say, breakout rooms. But 800 people is a little much, for, that's, like a stadium. But yeah,
But Keith,
I
that's
think a lot of people make Zoom something
it's something that's
that
not. Bez,
it's
that's
not.
actually a
To
fair
me, it's just a
question.
simple, yeah.
Would you say for business, just strictly for business, forget about everything else? Would you say Teams has
Right.
overcome Zoom or no?
No, no. Now Teams, if you're a Microsoft shop, you're not gonna go get Zoom for the most part. You're gonna have the whole suite of products, and that's where Teams comes in. But I haven't found it to be superior. In fact, I find it just a lot, a lot more clunkier than what I would expect a business meeting platform. And I know people say no, Teams is better. I mean,
But you're
it's
using it
like to me,
inter-business though, right? Yeah, not intra. So you're using it with other businesses. I think that's your point.
yes, like
And
yeah,
Keith, what we're talking about is sort of the use case. Now we're kind of picking things apart and saying there's Teams, which is a Microsoft product, and it's built into 360, Microsoft's cloud, everything. And that's the other thing, Bez.
yeah,
It has everything, so your calendar and your all your file sharing and your email and everything is all into this big mishmash, including Copilot now. So now you have AI LLMs built into everything, and you can have note takers and this and that, and you have all of this stuff. And I think, to your point though, Bez, still Zoom is still out there for businesses that are not connected with each other. And it's I don't know what you want to call it, the common denominator for business. So that makes perfect sense to me.
Oh, this is a good discussion. What do you think, Carrie? Do you use Zoom or what do you use? I would love to give everyone a turn on this, because just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's not a relevant tool. What do you think of it, Carrie? Do you use Zoom, and what do you use in place of it if not?
I use Zoom for individual one-on-one client meetings because of the compliance. And so I use Zoom for that. And I also use the Zoom telephone because I'm required to store like text messages and certain conversations as part of the financial industry that some other platforms don't necessarily allow. So I use Zoom for one-on-one business meetings. I have a few meetings that I don't host, but I do attend that have between 800, 1,000, 1,500 people on them conferences that took the place. Actually, Mike LeBlanc mentioned the stadium. So it took the place of that. And I find that Zoom has benefits in some ways. I don't like that Zoom is a private platform for webinars and workshops. So for instance, we were on Restream, but I use StreamYard. And on StreamYard, there's an opportunity to host a webinar where you can invite people in, you can have an audience, you can actually do a webinar through that.
Is that what
platform.
you did yesterday? Is that what did you use? What did you use yesterday? A good example. You did a really cool show yesterday. What did you use for that?
Yesterday I used StreamYard, and then I used a PowerPoint presentation where I was just able to share. You can upload the PowerPoint into StreamYard or Restream, and then I shared my screen that way. So that's what I used yesterday, and I appreciate you saying that. The benefits of Zoom, again, are like the private one-on-one meetings. I used to go to meetings where there were 7 to 8,000 people in a stadium, and I think that we've transitioned to using Zoom. I do love the ability to use the breakout rooms. So there's a meeting that I go to every Wednesday for my financial services business, and they'll have at least 8 to 10 different presenters, and you get to choose which breakout room you want to go to based on what you want to learn. So I think it's useful in that regard, but for podcasting, for live shows, I don't find it as useful. One of the things that I love about Substack is that you can do a live show. The platform is currently limited to only 3 people total, but I absolutely love the fact that it sends you a recording of the video, it emails it to you, and then it even emails what we call shorts, which are clips from your presentation that you did or your podcast that you did, and they're already pre-labeled. It's so great. Zoom does not do that. So I've been a guest speaker. It's funny we're having this conversation. I've been a guest speaker every single Wednesday for National Women's History Month, every single Wednesday, and the person chooses to use the Zoom platform, and then it takes them about a week to send me the Zoom. Keith, don't laugh at me. And then it takes them like a week, Keith, to send me the Zoom recording. And I'm like, there's nothing I can do with this because I'm not interested in uploading it into Substack and having it send me the video, the shorts or the clips. So I just throw it on my YouTube channel under guest appearances and move on with my life. But there's no promotion. There's no real benefit of doing Zoom for that type of business. If you're trying to do
very good discussion. It's a very good discussion. And I'll throw to America on this because one of the big advantages, I don't personally use this feature, but one of the big advantages of Substack's ability to live stream is it does the editing for you. Do you want to pick up on what you think Zoom is for and how Substack takes this up, and if you're using anything else? I'd love to hear how, because you're playing around with this sort of stuff too, aren't you?
Yes, I'll use Zoom as a secondary meeting place. I'm more of a Microsoft user. I have the entire suite, but regardless of what you're looking at, whether it's Zoom, whether it is Teams, to Mike's point, it's not conducive to community, and to Coach Carey's point, it's not conducive to repurposing. It is great for one-to-many. It is great for webinars, sales presentations of any kind. But there are so many people who will use RTMP and plug in their Zoom into a live stream, and it doesn't look or feel like a stream. You're broadcasting a meeting over a multi-streaming platform. That's all you're doing, is you're taking a private conversation, because Zoom is designed for private conversations, and you're embedding it into a public interface. I get people asking me all the time, it's like, can we do this on Zoom? I turned someone down. I invited them to my show. It's like, had a guest spot ready for them, and they asked me, it's like, can we do this on Zoom? Like, I don't use Zoom. I don't stream to Zoom. I don't use Zoom with RTMP. I stay away from it for public streaming. And the alternative was, well, then can we use my Zoom account? Like, how dare you? And I say this, very lighthearted, but how dare you or anyone get invited? You're invited to someone's show, and you want to dictate the terms in which we're going to stream. You're going to ask someone who's hosting a show to use your Zoom account. Like,
what was what was their reasoning there? Why would someone want to go to Zoom? They know it, they understand it, they feel comfortable with it.
So I didn't go down that rabbit hole. The only thing that I can think of, and this is just purely hypothetical, this is me thinking out loud. Zoom does have one thing that the other platforms don't have, or if they do have, they don't have to the best capability that Zoom can produce. I can jump on a Zoom and there's AI functionality that'll make me look like a movie star.
Is there?
It cleans up my image. It
Oh,
cleans
you
up
got
my
my attention
blemishes. It
now. How
cleans
do
up
we
my,
use that bit? I'm all in.
it cleans up my wrinkles. Let me tell you, it has wonderful AI filtering, and it makes you look your best even on your best days.
Okay. Well, that's it. That's what it is. That's why people want it. I'm in. You got my attention. But I think it's very important that we have this discussion about platforms. Bez has a really good idea, a very good idea, and I want to promote it. But it happens to be on Zoom, which is a platform I personally don't like. So I might just take part in the audience and just be a bit invisible, and hopefully I'll be able to understand what they're talking about. I'm probably going to have to Google things or perplexify them, going, what the fuck is GitHub? What is GitHub? Keep hearing this word. What does it mean? It's just not in my reality. It's not in my reality. What do you think of Zoom, Layla? I'm interested in your thoughts on how you use this sort of stuff. What do you use for meetings, and what do you do your hot chocolate chats with?
That's a great question. I actually use Google Meet, and it's similar to Zoom and Microsoft Teams. I think it's just whatever platforms. I mean, right now it's free, so I just use it because I link in it to my Calendly, and it just sends the link automatically. But I've been on Zoom, I've used Microsoft, I've used Zoom too, and it's all the same platform. It's meant to really just an opportunity to be able to connect with others, having meetings, and like Bez mentioned, like the breakout rooms. And I remember being in uni not that long ago, and when we needed to do team projects and go in different rooms, like a whole classroom, and there was no classroom available. You had to book in advance, like last minute projects, things like that. It's like there's no room available in the university. Then you have to go in the cafeteria to try to get some work done. So doing things online like that, it does give that ability to be able to create breakout room wherever you are and not being restricted by location, size, and availability, which I think is great. But for me, all these platforms is really just to meet and have discussions and things. That's just meeting. But it's for podcasts. I've been on podcasts where they use Zoom. And myself, like Coach Carey, is like, I don't know how to repurpose it. And that's one of the questions. I was like, how do I make it like shorts videos or repost it? Like, I just don't think I can do that with Zoom. And I'm
You're not up for that. Did you hear, while I got you, did you hear our discussion with Billy about podcasting and Podmatch? Were you part of that? Were you part of the audience when he was talking? If not, because I want you to talk to Billy about this. Were you part of that discussion? Did you have any comments?
No, I missed it. No.
Because to your point about being on podcasts and repurposing, Billy has a very, very, very successful podcast, and he is now he's so in the loop now that he uses a site called Podmatch, because he gets lots and lots of people contacting him saying, I think I'd love to come on your podcast. I would love that. And here's what I do. And he says that what actually happens to him all the time is that a third party will say, I'm actually operating for Kelly, and Kelly's got a book. And can we have you on, can we have her on your podcast at 10 o'clock next Thursday? Okay. And then she gets on and she goes, guess what? This is my third podcast already. It's only 10 o'clock. I've got 8 today. And let's get on with it because I'm a bit tired. And he says, well, why are you doing it? Oh, because my publisher said I got to do these things. Do you want to do them? Not really. Well, don't. Right. So he now is very fussy with who he has on his podcast because he wants them to be good. He doesn't want them to just turn up and go, yeah, I've done 8 of these. I've done 8 podcasts today and I've got a book out and maybe it'll help. I don't know, but I'm bloody tired. Can't be bothered really. But what was the question again? We've all been in those rooms. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I had to step away. I was walking a dog, or my wifey asked me a question about what's for dinner. Yeah, well, are you in the room or not? Are you here or not? Right. So Podmatch is a site that allows you to go on very high quality podcasts and you pitch to each other. But Billy has got high standards. And it was so fascinating to hear him talk. And was anyone else in that call with Billy? Did you hear that stuff, Americo? Did you want to pick up on the idea of how sound quality is important and you want to get good quality guests?
Yeah, I caught the conversation, I think, at the 2-hour mark. Came in shortly after 8 p.m. But the one thing that resonates so much is how he values his time and how he values the quality production and the output of what he's doing. And I agree with him. As time progresses, I too find my tolerance kind of diminishing for people who might not have the same appetite for sound quality. Now, I understand there's a whole world, and I'm open to this world that, show up where you are, how you are, and start from there. But at least have the decency of promoting the event, reciprocating, and showing some form of respect to a host, and not just show up at the 11th hour and jump off and never to be heard or seen again.
Yeah, and Billy's in a unique position. His podcast is very good. Like, it's very, very high quality, and it's very popular. And I'm very proud that he's my friend. Like, he's 10 times more famous than me, and maybe 20 times. And the point is that he knows his craft, and he can afford to be fussy. So if you want to go on his podcast, you have to play by his rules, because he's got plenty of people asking him. And wouldn't that be great if you were at that stage, America, which will happen? Oh, mate, I keep hearing about you. I've got to come on your show. Well, I'm booked out until the end of May. I'm sorry, I'm booked out. I can't fit you in. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good position to be in. That's a good thing. What do I do? Well, okay, you need a press kit, you need a proper mic, and what's your topic? Yep, I've got all that sorted. Good. We'll lock you in for the 1st of July. Put it in your diary. Good. Please turn up on time. You're not going to get a second chance. So wouldn't it be good if you were at that position where you could say, look, we're booking 3 months ahead, and I can choose my clients. I can choose my interviewees. That's a dream come true, isn't it?
That is a dream come true. Absolutely.
And you can set your own price.
Listen, there's no one who's happier with their progress than I am. Like, it's been a relatively short period of time. I'm now ready to upskill and buy new tech, and I didn't think it would happen this quickly. But I'm at that point where I now have a newfound respect for audio, and have a newfound respect for the tech that's required to put even a simple event together. And it's important because it's going to set us apart in our craft.
You want to be successful. I want to pick up on Carrie. Carrie said to me I can't remember where I'm looking at all these comments. Carrie is booked out till the end of July. So tell us how you did that, Carrie, and give us a bit of a cheat sheet. It might be a secret, and you don't have to tell me because it might be your secret sauce, your 11 secret herbs and spices. But how did you do it? How did you get booked out all till the end of July? What did you do?
So there's definitely not a secret. I believe in sharing and generosity. And what I did was, I am the type of guest that I would want on my show. And part of what I do is I make sure exactly what Americo said, and I think what you mentioned earlier, Keith, is that idea of reciprocity. Not just going to somebody's show and then disappearing, never to be seen again. So I actively engage in the comments. I show up to people's events when it fits my schedule. And if it doesn't fit my schedule, I'll try and put a time on my calendar to do the replay. So just like people binge watch television shows, I binge watch live streams. And I do that instead of the television shows because most of the people on television I'm not going to meet. They don't know me. I don't know them. And there's no real value add. unlike the live streams, you get to connect with people, you get to know people, you get to do business with people. And so if I'm going to binge watch anything, I would rather binge watch and actively engage in live stream conversations with other people. And that's the first step to what I did. And then the second step is the coffee chats that I do, similar to Layla's hot chocolate chats. Is just being authentically interested in people and seeing how I can support them. So I do no pitch coffee chats where I sit, I have a conversation, and I find out, about the person. If they have a business, I learn about their business. But what I've learned is that some of the people that I talk to are absolutely amazing. And I was the only person that was learning about those people. And so I decided to launch a show called Carrie Connects, because some people had products, some people had services, some people just had energy that I know other people would benefit from. And so I decided to showcase those people in a way to connect them with people who are in my circle that they might not know, but also to connect my circle to them, because we are told that we are 6 degrees of separation from everyone. But what I realized with technology is that you're really 1 to 2 degrees of separation, if any separation at all.
Yeah,
And
you're
so
right.
Carrie Connects is an opportunity to just share the platform. And I have to say, before I yield the mic, Americo, your sound is fabulous. Love it.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely brilliant. A Rode SM58 running through a Zoom
Wow.
P4.
Sure, SM58.
What did I call? I called it a. Oh, look at that! Look at me! Oh man! I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Look. I want to throw the mic on this because I know one of your strategies for going on shows is that you comment on a lot of shows. Like, to me, the idea of watching shows in my leisure time is almost offensive to the Australian mindset. When I rest, I rest. On weekends, I don't work. At night, I'm with wifey. But I realize that the Australian way of life is not necessarily a global idea. When we rest, we rest. And I just chill out with wifey and have a cup of tea. But you, Mike, watch a lot of shows, comment on a lot of shows, and that's giving you some great kudos, and it's working for you, isn't it?
It's not just commenting, Keith, that it's really trying to boost the show that I'm on. Like I watched a show with Carrie and the America's mom.
Michelle.
I'm blanking. Michelle. And I commented. So because I was there to support both of the ladies, I do that for any show, that I jump in the comments with. On some shows, because of the subject matter, I feel comfortable enough to actually get on stage if they ask, of course. So there's a number of shows that I've after I feel comfortable, and after I've done a fair amount of those shows as a support person, for lack of a better word. But I'm just doing it because like one of the things I do is I started a campaign in 25 to really boost positivity. So I try to make it pertinent to the show, but I also try to do these little funny comments about the various people in the chat or on the stage, and particularly the folks on the stage, just to kind of give them an uplifting boost, and try to be a little fun as well. But then I also engage in whatever the subject matter is as well. So that's been my strategy. And it's like Coach Carey was saying, I don't necessarily even do it, to be honest, for reciprocity, because I actually don't, I haven't started a show yet. So I'm really just doing it to boost my my friends in the community.
Let's pick up on this, Bez. There's the link to your new show, your new series.
Yeah.
On Zoom. We've had a very good discussion about Zoom. I've signed up for it, and I might take part as an audience member. But what do you think of the idea of listening to a lot of shows, and how do you get on other shows, and how do you get people How do you find guests? Do you resonate with Billy's model of having a pod match service, or do you just meet people naturally and that's how you decide?
Yeah, right now I'm booking people out. I've got 2 or 3 already booked, and I just started it, right? We started it last week. And I promoted it the day before, got 8 or 9 people in there. So we're hoping to get maybe double that this time. And your question again, I'm sorry, my brain just froze. What was it?
What I'm asking is that you've got this idea of a Zoom event, but we've sort of loosely discussed how to do 2 things. One is, how do you find, this is the question I'm asking, how do you find guests for your new
I got
project?
it now.
And how do you be a guest on other people's shows? How do you do that?
Okay, so how do I find guests? Well, I interact with a lot of people every day. I have a small community that people that it's a very small 2 cohorts that I career coach, and they're all in AI knee deep. I'm running across other people. Everybody here on this stage is a potential person that can present, and you're all invited to present. I mean, maybe it's not AI, but maybe it's Substack or whatever. I know it's an AI show, but at the end of the day, it's about learning, right? And almost everything we touch these days has some type of AI infusion, even Substack, right? So that is, and to Carrie's point, there is a network effect, and there's research around, that we're probably 6 degrees away from somebody that we need to know. Now, here's the magic part. Like, how do you get to 2%? And Carrie, there's other research to that says if you are connected to a super connector, you're only 2 degrees away from someone that you need to know. And what's a super connector? A politician, a restaurateur, a lobbyist, a recruiter, an influencer, right?
A live streamer.
A live streamer, exactly. So as you're connected to, so look, I'm a super connector. Keith's a super connector. I would say, I think probably everybody on this stage is a super connector, right? And so you get us closer to who we need. And there is power in that. A lot of people don't understand the power of the super connector. And you really are that close to who you need to meet. So how do I get on other people's shows? Right now I'm bearing my head down, trying to work on what my goals are this year. You get on other people's shows by, coming on Keith's shows, participating when you can, being out there. If you're not aware of, if you don't make, like Carrie talks about having chats, coffee chats, chocolate chats, Layla does, and all this. That's how you get to know people, one relationship at a time. And so it's when you start doing stuff like that and you're out there and you're talking to people and you're a decent human being, you might not be asking for it, but people might find you interesting and want you on their show. So that's how I get on other shows. So it's, but you got to get out there. You got to get out there, shake a few hands, kiss a few babies.
Yeah, you can do that online. You don't have to meet people in real life. Although there's a picture of me meeting Daniel. Layla, I really want to pick up on this for you because I know you've actively said you want to go on other shows. How are you doing that? How are you getting yourself on other shows? And have you had some success stories you can share? Because we want to get you on them. So let me know how we can. How are you doing that, and what do you need?
So I've been on a couple shows and been invited to a couple shows, and I think it's just through my Coco chats, through my network, through attending other people's shows. I ask questions because I really want to boost their conversation for their show too, because I think it's exciting to see people grow and all that. So I participate because I want to support. And I've been getting quite a lot of invites actually, and some I had to pause and say, sorry, I can't do it because now it's overlapping for other podcasts. So it's actually going really well. And I just want to be intentional to who I say yes and when I say yes, because I also don't want to be starting to like, I don't know how to frame it, but I don't want to be in everybody's face every single day. You see me on a podcast of every day of the week. I want to space it out a little bit. And I love that you connected with Dan. Like, but that's like how the being on a live stream connected with some people from all over the world, and that's how we build community. And you're able to connect with a real person in person, even though you're a live stream, which is super interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
It's very,
right?
it was very interesting because Dan has a very interesting story. Like I'm actually one of his biggest fans now. I'm telling the whole world about him. So if you need a guest, Dan's your man. Dan's your man. And look, it was very unusual for me. I left the house. I got a train. I got a coffee. I went to a cafe. They didn't serve us. I mean, this is a very, very fascinating story. Dan was there 11 o'clock. We chatted. 2 o'clock, we go, you know what? No one's come up. No one's come up to say hello and ask us if we wanted food. So we just went to the beach, took some selfies. We were there 3 hours. Just time flew. It's exactly like this. We've been chatting 3 hours. And there's no shortage of things to talk about if you're into it. So I really appreciate what you did there, Layla, but I want to know how we can help you. I really want you to connect with Billy. My gut feeling is that you may need to improve your sound if you want to go on his show, because he won't have you. And that's okay, because you got to be ready for that. He's very fussy, and we can work towards that over time, because I know he's very, very fussy. But that's what this show's about. It's a sound check. Yeah. You probably haven't had anyone say this, I'm guessing, Layla, so I'm not going to make too much of a point of it. But if you want to go up a notch, you may have to change a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to upgrade for sure. It's like right now, it's like me and Carrie, we connected through your show like a few weeks ago, and now we somewhat started informally Beyond Borders Besties podcast. And I didn't even know that we had a podcast. We only had one episode, but we're doing it for fun. It's very light. It's positive, and it's just like today we discussed about our second episode that we'll be doing on Substack, because we tested Substack and I really love the platform. It's especially for somebody who has no experience being a podcaster. And I was just like, yeah, I don't know that I want to be having my own podcast, but having somebody to be there and support me. Substack makes it really easy if you don't have no background, no restream, no yard stream, that kind of stuff. It just makes it so super user friendly.
Let's pick up on this. This is something that a lot of people may not know, and unfortunately, we're 3.5 hours in, so maybe this won't get seen by many people. But there's a thing I'm now calling Substack Direct. I personally don't like it, but who am I to say? I personally don't like this format, but you can have up to 3 people on the call, and that's pretty cool, but only 3. And I like to have big shows. So for me, it's not my format. It's not something that resonates for me, but I want to give everyone a chance to talk about it because it might suit other people. Carrie, you go first. What do you think of this new format? Do you like it? You can do it either as a live stream or you can now record. So tell us how you're using it.
So I use Substack with Layla. It's Besties Beyond Borders. We've had a long day today, but I use Substack to have that conversation, and that way we get everything that we need in terms of the video, the clips, the shorts. When I go live for Carrie Connects, which is on Saturdays, 2 p.m. Central Time. I know you're asleep, Keith. And then on Sundays, my show Clarity from the Heart, which is 5 p.m. Central, 6 Eastern. One of the things that I do through StreamYard is I live stream to Substack by setting up the RMTP, I think are the initials for it. And so I'm able to set that up, and that way I can have 6 to 10 people and I'm still live on Substack. So I can use other platforms to go live on Substack. And here's the great part with Substack. When you when you go live on Substack using the RTMP, what's great is that it still sends you the video. It still sends you the clips or the shorts, and it auto uploads to YouTube and other platforms. And so I think Substack is just a great platform if you want to go live, from your cell phone or your desktop. You can have up to 2 to 3 people. But if you want more people, you can still go live on Substack through a platform like Restream or StreamYard.
Oh, it's very good. I mean, let's pick up on this. So Substack now has basically 3 ways to create content in a sort of a live context. One, you can use what's called RTMP, real-time messaging protocol. That actually is what it stands for. It's a very complicated process, and you can do that via by StreamYard or Restream. Probably others, but they're the 2 main ones. You can use Substack by itself internally, and that you can have up to 3 people on the call. But now they have this new thing called Studio, where you can record your material but not go live. For those people that don't want to go live, you can record it in the studio. Has anyone used that feature, and does anyone want to talk about it? Because I've had a bit of a play around with it. I'd love to have a chat about that. Have you used the studio feature, Carrie?
Yes, I actually did use the studio feature, and I like it a lot because it allows you to get do-overs, which you don't get to do live. And it depends on the topic that I'm having a conversation about. And so I was able to record something. But the other thing that I like also, Keith, is that you can download the audio to your live stream as well. And so you can repurpose that, and you can put it in a newsletter. All of this is amazing. You can set all of this up right on Substack. If you do whether it's recorded, whether it's live, whether it's audio, whether it's a video, you can actually put that into an article and write an article about what you just talked about and send that to all of the people who have subscribed to you. And then you turn it into a note, which I learned from Layla. You turn it into a note, and that way the people who are not subscribed to you can still get the audio and read the article if you choose to do it that way.
Yeah, let's pick up on what was just said there. This is a masterclass, and you are right, Bez. We should do a masterclass on Substack. It is the bomb. Like, it is the coolest site I think I've ever seen, ever. Bigger than Twitter, bigger than YouTube. I think it's the coolest site I've personally ever had the privilege of using.
Then I want you to present on it.
I may
eventually. Whenever you feel that
I may consider that. So that's because I'm presenting from experience. Like, I'm presenting from experience. So there's a new feature called Studio. Have you used it yet, Mike? Do you want to pick up on this? It's a very cool feature.
I have not used it, but I was looking at it seriously. And I as I mentioned before, I'm still sorting out whether I actually want to go live. And there are other tools for doing recorded stuff. So, in fact, it's one of the things I will be talking probably to you about. I need, in order to do what I want with my tracks, I do need video for marketing or whatever, particularly if I'm going to go to places like TikTok. And I do want to offer maybe offer it. It's really high effort to do a video that would match the tracks. But I would like, at least for my own marketing, to have tracks that match. Videos that match the tracks. And so I'm looking at a couple different options there. I actually bought a course specifically for AI video production. And he's given some hints about sort of lower cost, tools for that. So my show would, regardless of whether it's recorded or not, it would be something to do with, here's a song, here's sort of all the things that go into the songwriting and then the production, and just make notes. Or my other idea for what I'm calling Mike's tracks, the ones that I'm writing for myself, would be maybe just almost like a DJ type show. So I haven't 100% figured out exactly what the show is going to be yet. But when I do, it's probably, at least starting out, going to be recorded.
It's a very good way to get your feet wet if you've never done it before. I remember back in 1982 when I did my very first radio show. I'm very excited. We recorded that on reel to reel. True story. This actually did happen. We recorded it on reel to reel after school. Look, I was 15 or something. And the guy said, "Look, don't worry. We can do this again. You're not live yet. Just pre-recorded. Have fun. Do a couple of these." And then the next week, I'm sitting at home and I'm talking to myself. I'm listening to myself on the radio. 1982. And he said, "Look, you ready? Why don't you try next week by yourself?" "What, me live?" "No." "Yeah, I reckon you're ready. Go. I'll be with you." The guy was very supportive. And then suddenly in April 1982, I'm doing a show every Wednesday at 4:30 in the afternoon. Rode my bike after school up the hill. Did these live radio shows. Played the Human League and Devo and Huey Lewis and the News, bands that most people haven't heard of. But anyway, you can't always go live straight away. So this idea of a studio is enormously beneficial for those that are just starting. And it also has a lot of other things. What do you think, Layla? Do you prefer to go live, or would you think the pre-recording probably suits you better?
I think a little bit of both, because they both come with some benefits to it. I think live is great because we can have real conversation, we can learn from each other, we can ask questions, we can share, which is great. And pre-recorded, it's kind of almost follow a script somewhat, but just kind of it's you and the other person, and you kind of stick to what you're discussing, so there's less people involved in the discussion. So I think depending on what topic you want to share and you want to talk about, I think they're valued both depending on the situation.
Yeah, totally agree. And do you want to pick up, this is very important, you want to pick up on the notes feature. This is probably the coolest hack on Substack. I mean, there's a number of them. I could probably create a top 10 article about this. But do you want to talk about the notes feature as it relates to articles that actually exist? It's unbelievable.
I think you're the one who mentioned it in a couple shows ago, and you're like, because I started writing some newsletters, and you said, well, Layla, if you put the link and put your info in the notes, it's going to be published to more people than just your newsletter, because your newsletter is sent to only people that have subscribed to your newsletter. So I got that from you, and that's what I mentioned it to, I think, Carrie today, and I was like, hey girl, you gotta, if you want to promote your show or anything you're writing about people, use your notes, because it goes to more people. So that's where the benefits of being on a live stream show right now is we're learning all these things as we go, right? Because I may be in my 40 days in Substack, but when I started, I had no idea Substack existed. And weekly, I was learning and testing and trying new things. And now I'm actually able to share some tips for other people, which a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't do that. So the beauty of all this is great. We're like learning as we go, and it's like live. It's much quicker than if I would take it, of course, I believe.
Yep. KKFM, the early days. Bez, do you want to pick up on what Billy was saying? But Billy and I have both been in the radio game, if that's the right word. I never worked in real radio. I'm not pretending I ever was, but I did do a lot of shows after school. So you've got some thoughts about how Billy does this, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to just make a comment. Billy, you think he might have a high value for production. I understand that, because actually his business is based on his production process. He does high volume, low ticket things, and the only way he makes money is he can pump out videos, and it's all in his production. I totally understand. I'm in his group coaching program, and he recently opened it for free. And I think I introduced him to this community because I asked him to come here and talk. And I think some of you actually joined his free. I think I saw America on one of them, and I don't know if anybody else joined, but he does have a free community. He's an Amazon influencer, and he's done over 4,000 brand deals. Very approachable. Now, I know he used to have a podcast.
You're talking about Billy. Hang on. You're talking about a bit different Billy. You're talking about a different Billy. I'm talking about Billy D.
Which Billy are you talking about? Oh, okay then. Okay. Yeah. So I'm talking about Billy Thorpe. You know Billy Thorpe, right?
Yeah, I do.
I
Yeah.
brought him up on this show. Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about totally two different people. Okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, that doesn't sound like the Billy I know, but I know who the Billy you're talking, Billy Dees. Yeah. A
He's a
different
very good
guy
person
for
to
sure.
know because but what you said was very relevant. Let's just play this out. Billy Dees has a show which is very good and quite famous, and his production value is the show. Sure, he has great guests,
Right.
and that is, but they have to sound good. And he said, I don't want to do a show when someone calls in and they look like they're coming in from the car park. I don't want to do a
Right.
show when I feel like I'm listening to a Zoom call. This is my show. I want it to sound good. We have to set a standard, but you can work up to that. You can work up to his show, and his show gets lots and lots and lots of kudos. And he didn't mention any numbers, but he's getting a lot of numbers, and it's a very, very interesting thing. So fair enough. We mentioned Billy, the wrong Billy, but what I'm really interested in is this idea that we can either do live shows or we can do recorded shows, and we can do a bit of both. So the point I was going to make about notes, this is a big hack. Probably that I'm going to lead with this if I do present. Bez, this is something a lot of people don't know. It's so cool. When you do a article on Substack, if you go into the body of the article and just copy and paste a particular section, Substack will create a note with a quote, and it has the picture of the graphic from your post inside it. Now, why that's important, and we'll talk about hacks on Substack in a minute. Why that's important is if you post an article on Substack, only people that are subscribed to you will get it, which means it's as many subscribers as you have. I currently have 172. That's all. But if all of the people that are following me, 326, double really, they all get the notes. So it's this very cutesy hack that looks great and doubles your reach with very little effort. If you're going to do a blog post anyway, do the blog post, but then go in and pick one phrase, one sentence. It'll pick it up. I don't know if you've seen this. And then it'll send it out to all your followers. Do you do this, Carrie? Are you experimenting with Substack at the moment, or is it just another thing to try?
I don't think Substack for me at this point is an experiment. I think it's just part of my repertoire of services that I am offering for my audience. I use multiple platforms, and Substack is just now one of them. And whenever I go live, I set up the RTMP and make sure that I live stream to Substack as well. One of the other things that I love when you're talking about hacks on Substack as a financial coach, one of my hacks is that I don't have a cell phone bill. So I use Google Voice and Wi-Fi, and that's how I communicate with people. I have Wi-Fi at home. I have Wi-Fi in my car. Most businesses have Wi-Fi, and if I'm going to a meeting or an appointment, I don't necessarily need to be on my phone. So that works out for me, saved me about $400 a month. But here's the thing. Because I've started being a part of this community a couple months ago, a lot of people use WhatsApp to have phone conversations with each other. And so Layla and I were trying, she's like, oh, well, I'll just call you on WhatsApp. And I said, well, I don't have WhatsApp. And you can't get WhatsApp over I think it's a VoIP. You have to have an actual phone number.
Yep.
Well, the hack is that we were able to go pre-live on Substack and still have face-to-face conversation. Of course, you can use things like Facebook Messenger and other things, which we use sometimes, but it was fun to go pre-live, and you can do that whether you're doing a recording or if you're actually going to do a live show on Substack. You can actually meet with somebody and talk for hours without actually going live. So that's one of the hacks that I like using on Substack as well.
That's good. Let's run the room on Substack hacks. America, are you using it, or are you mostly focusing on school? Have you got any hacks for for a Substack that you've worked out?
Hey, make no mistake. I leverage Substack. Substack is one of 3 that I lean into. And in fact, I wrote an article today on this very subject as to the 3 platforms I lean in heavily on and why I lean heavily in on them. And Substack is one of those. Listen, it's no secret when it comes to B2B audiences, LinkedIn Live is the number 1 platform. And it is no secret that B2C, YouTube has that market cornered. But where you find yourself, or where Substack finds itself, I'd still say they're in their infancy, and they're going to catch up relatively quickly. But I use the 3 platform as part of my framework because they each play a distinct role where I show up, where my audience and where my community is showing up. And they all uniquely have the capability of connecting and keeping myself, my guests, and my message front of mind, all in different formats.
And do you do anything between shows? Or do you have a blog? Do you do blog posts or notes? Or
yes, absolutely. So every show that I host will be followed up with a Substack post summarizing the key takeaways, the Q&As that may have come out of the show. There's an immediate Substack that is followed after each live. Each Substack the following day gets a note so that I kind of bring that back to life and get into that follower community, into the notes ecosystem.
They say notes is the magical ingredient, so we've got to start leveraging it. And this is the thing, we don't know everything. I worked out one hack, but I'd love to know more. Mikey, you've got quite a few Substacks. Have you worked out any hacks we can use? Anything you can share for us that might be useful in building up our following? And how do you use it?
I'm totally out of step with the rest of you, meaning that I'm building the content, and the audience comes last. But that said, I am using it, and I want to thank Americo publicly for having me on his show, and particularly because he had a really good follow-up, which you can't really do on LinkedIn. I mean, I suppose you could probably write an article, but it just doesn't work as well. And you can use Substack's own tools to do, to maybe not write it for you, but certainly help you write, a synopsis about the show. And I thought he did an awesome job of doing that for the show that he did. Now, the flip side is then you can take that, particularly if he does any shorts or whatever, and then you can put those up on YouTube or Instagram or wherever. And I can't I can't emphasize enough, and I have to agree with everyone that said this is still in its infancy, but I think they're sort of laying the groundwork for this content creator friendly platform. I don't see it being done anywhere else.
No, so it's very unique, isn't it? Isn't it very unique? So unique.
Yeah, I mean, LinkedIn doesn't. You can't push content away from LinkedIn. In fact, when you put a link, and I am doing this. So when I create these songs now, what I'm calling tribute songs, like I just did one for Nick, who's the publisher, and then I create an article inside of Substack, and then I push that right now only back to LinkedIn. but eventually I want to start, pushing some of that. I have to figure out because there's a music or podcast thing on YouTube. I want to figure that out, and particularly when I really start pushing the what I call Mike's tracks. Like I said, that's probably going to go to TikTok, only because that seems to be where a lot of the eyeballs are. Probably TikTok and YouTube. But one of the hacks I wanted to mention is that I've heard anyway is don't forget that you can actually restack your own article later, and actually Substack likes content. I don't even know how you call it, fresh content. So when you restack, it's a way of freshening your content, and you can. I don't know if you've tried that.
Yeah, it's like retweeting your own stuff. I do this all the time.
Or you can say, hey, I wrote this, but maybe even make some minor changes, or just say, I think this is still timely and legitimate, and whatever whatever you want. But I had seen that, and also Keith, Substack, restack other people. So one of the things that, and this is a thing I think you were talking about doing this on Twitter too. Really depends on how fast you want to grow and exactly how you want to grow. I really want to grow organically, so I want my audience to find me. And there's dribs and drabs, and that's okay. Part of that is because I haven't really figured out exactly how I want, to push this stuff out. Like, do I push it to YouTube? Like I said, I haven't really figured that out, because I mentioned in the chat, I think, is that when you, I don't know why they do this, but when you put a audio inside a article, it automatically creates a podcast. And the only reason I'm saying there's a difference from how Substack treats that versus an article. So my articles don't get read as much as the podcast, I'm doing air quotes, get downloaded. So if I look at some of my stats, like I'll get 30 reads on an article, but 60 downloads on
that's
podcast.
good. Actually, I want to pick up on this. I want to spend a bit of time here on Substack, because it is the future. It's not a little toy that we're using that's going to go away. This is not going away. Who am I to say that? I've been wrong before. But what I love about Substack, and I want to give everyone a turn on this, is the stats are unbelievable. And why the stats are important to me is there's only one of me. And if I spend an hour editing a podcast and 3 people listen to it, then that's a bit of waste of my time, other than if I like podcasting. But if I spend an hour on editing a blog post, I had 200 views on my blog post yesterday in 4 hours. I did it at 1:00, and by the time wifey got home, it was 200 people had read it. Like, that's a result. I can live with that. I like that. That's a good result. So I need to know if I'm spending time, because there's only one of me. I don't have a team. I want to know that I'm getting a result. So I'd love to know where you're seeing these stats for podcasting. Is it in the app, or how do they tell you how many people have downloaded it? How do you know, Mike? Is it an app on your phone, or do you get the stats in the dashboard?
It's in the dashboard. Just a second. Let me pull up my dashboard, and then I think you have to go to posts, Keith. And then you have to click on one that has the little headphone thing next to it. And then when you do that, it shows total views and then podcast downloads.
Total views, podcast downloads. Gives you both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think this just makes common sense. A lot of people say I use the stats too much, but what are they for? They're trying to tell you what's working and what's not working. So this article is a good example. 236 views in one day. I don't know how long ago this was. And I just love that. Like, I just love the idea that if I go to Substack, I get a result. If I don't get a result, I just try something else. I think you're right, Bez. I will do a whole show about this because I've developed a bit of a policy. So I'm just between us. I'm pushing for 10,000 views of my blog in 30 days. It's going to be bloody hard. I've worked out. I've got to get 330 views on my blog every day for 30 days. My highest score is 450, which is pretty cool, but my average is 220. Now, I think this is important. I don't understand why people don't understand these numbers. Why just throw it out there and hope they'll find you? But you said that, Mike. What do you mean by finding you organically? And how does that work?
Well, right now, well, actually, let me go back to I was just on my Substack. So I'm looking, for instance, at which this is actually very interesting, Keith. So one of my songs has 19 views, meaning that's how, because this is inside an article. So the track is inside an article. It had 19 views, but 84 podcast downloads. Now, I'm not 100% clear exactly how that's possible. I know how it's possible, but I don't know how they're downloading the podcast. Is there a podcast app within Substack? I'm not clear how that.
Yeah, I don't.
There is.
Yeah, what do you think, Carrie?
I was just going to add that there is a podcast app. So when you go from your homepage, right under post, it says podcast. And if you click on podcast, it gives you the data there as well. And some of the people who are viewing my podcast, for instance, it says 65% of the people just listen through their browser, but 20% of the people listened on Apple, which I was not aware of. And then it says 14% listened on other. And so the podcast that got the most downloads is the one where I just did a voice. I was just talking and welcoming people to my show, Clarity from the Heart. And that's the one that got the most downloads, more downloads than the videos that I do, more downloads than the live videos. So podcasting on Substack is amazing. And if you do a live video, and now that I'm looking at this data, I'm super excited because I'm going to take the previous podcast that I did and extract the audio only and upload the audio only onto Substack, which I hadn't been doing. And Mike, just so that you know, once you put the information on Substack, if you go into your settings, you can have it automatically go to YouTube. And then the only thing you have to do on YouTube is just create a folder for your podcast, which I did like 2 days ago. So that's how I know about that.
It's a one-stop shop. It's a one-stop shop. I think everyone in the world needs a podcast, needs a Substack account, and I'm just going to push that. And they all need to follow me. and then I'll follow them back, or the reverse. I'll follow them and they can follow me back. So I think it's such a great site. I'm just going to keep pushing that idea. But we've chatted about notes. We've chatted about the idea of articles. What I'm doing, because I hate video editing and I'm not doing it, and I don't watch videos. So it's not my thing. I've decided that I'm doing a follow-up article on Substack every day, virtually every day, of previous shows I've done and shows coming up. So what I would love to do now is, because we've hit the 4-hour mark, and I'm guessing it must be getting pretty late there. I want to just give you permission to go if you need to go. I would love to just do a bit of a rewind on what we've talked about this week. We've got a show tomorrow if you want to come again. But I would love to know what people think we covered today, and what's coming up for you, and what's coming up tomorrow. So I'll just play this little funky sound. We're going to take you back to the beginning of the show. It's gone 4 hours. A long time. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape. There's people on this call that have never used tape, so I know that. But let's just play the game. Layla, what do you think? Key points for today. What did you learn, and what do you want to know more about, and how can we help you? 3 questions.
It's a lot of questions in one questions. I would say, you know what? I want to keep learning about Substack. I've learned a few new things with Carrie as well. We're looking into all these things, and it's really like each platform has so many components to it, yet you don't even know it's there. And I really love Substack. I'm really falling in love with it. And I think Substack and YouTube right now, and maybe LinkedIn because of like the networking stuff, is great. But I definitely want to continue using more of the Substack, continue to learn it, and just leverage every tools that it comes with it, because there's so many of them that we don't know about. Yeah, I think it's going to be, I don't want to make any prediction, but I do believe that might be the next big thing. You know, YouTube had its time where it like blew up. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn was very popular. It probably still is in some areas, but I think Substack is like the next best new thing.
No,
And
this is my prediction. I'm saying it. I've been doing this.
okay, should we bet on that? Let's make some money.
We've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this since 2006, and there's signals here that are very similar to Instagram, very similar to LinkedIn, very similar to TikTok. I'm just saying it. I reckon Substack is going to be the next big thing. So we're in pretty early. We're here at within the first 100 million. I reckon it'll get to 1 billion, maybe in 5 years. I don't know. Bez, welcome back to the call. We're doing a rewind because we've hit 4 hours. What do you think are the main points of what we've talked about today? And do you think that Substack will hit 1 billion? We got you there, Bez. You got your mic off. Walking the dog? Don't know.
Yeah, Substack is a great platform. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I think I need a new one. Anyways, yeah, I'm high on Substack. I want to explain real quick. Coach Carrie was wondering, hey, I got more listens or downloads than on the video. Well, here's the secret. If you upload it as a podcast and it goes into the RSS feed, it encapsulates your show into the RSS feed. Now, what that does is it aggregates it to Apple, Spotify, and all the major players, right? And what's that going to do is that people that weren't even on Substack is going to find it. I think people misunderstand the RSS feed and the magic of a podcast. Might get more listens than their YouTube video, because if you upload a simple audio or a video, and you're not encapsulating in an RSS feed, you're missing a whole bunch of distribution opportunities. So I love that Coach Carrie was mentioning, her journey. Keith, you got to get, Cliff Ravenscraft in this show so he can talk to you about the RSS feed. Great show, Keith. Thank you.
It actually makes a lot of sense if you do because Substack is multidimensional. So if you put your podcast in a position where Substack can read it and manipulate it for you, it's already doing all of the work for you. If you send this file to YouTube, only your YouTube people get it. And I'm guessing that probably about 30 people will watch this on YouTube, because I don't have many followers on YouTube yet. But if I send it so that it went to Spotify and Apple and all the others, then that's already doing all that really hard work behind the scenes without you even doing anything. So Substack is like a miracle. Does that partially explain, Carrie, why you're getting so many more podcasts? Because Substack is doing all the work for you behind the scenes and sending it out for you. Bloody brilliant.
It definitely does make sense. And I'm glad that Bez mentioned that, because I just looked at my account and I was hoping, which unfortunately is not the case, I was hoping that I could just take what I had already posted to Substack and then click a button that makes it a podcast. But it looks like from my preliminary research that you have to upload the video into the section for podcasting. So I would love if there was an opportunity when you go live to just automatically turn it into a podcast. And then I just wanted to mention in terms of, that's one of the things that I want to know more about is how to go from video to podcasting seamlessly. Or is there an option when you go live where you can choose video and podcasting? So would love to learn more about that. And
I don't know if that technology exists
That-
yet
No,
or not.
it doesn't. No.
okay,
On RSS feed is an episodic type of thing that you record. Now it can be video and it can be audio, but you can't go from live into podcasting because that is not how the tech works. I mean, that's a great idea. Hey, if you could do that, but here's the thing: what that happens, Carrie. The reason every time you put out a podcast and you're like, where are these downloads coming? Because someone subscribed to your show. So it gets downloaded to their player, right? They don't have to do much. That's why sometimes those statistics are a little bit misleading. But if you go to Apple or, Spotify, they give you platform specific. They give you even deeper analytics, right? Because the Buzzsprouts or maybe the Substacks, they're only going to give you maybe some high level analytics, but the players, will give you more detail. But automatically, when you push out, if you have a group of people that like your show and they subscribe to it, and then you push out another podcast, whether video or audio, through the RSS feed, they automatically, once you push it out, once you push, hey, this is now, my podcast is ready, then it's already downloaded, and so you get a statistics, right? So, but they may never listen to it, but it got downloaded to their player, so maybe there's a good chance to listen to it because they chose you to put on their rotation.
Let me pick up on this. There is a very cool piece of tech called Treble FM. And what that does, I don't want to be too controversial, but I personally do not believe that you should turn a live stream into a podcast. I just have a moral objection to that. But that's because I'm a diehard sound snob. But what Treble FM does is it takes the audio from a live stream, which is typically not awesome, and turns it into FM quality. And it's not a very expensive piece of technology. So the podcasts work on either a WAV file or an MP3 file, which is an audio format. And so I don't know if it'll ever be possible to send a live stream to a podcast directly, although that would be a great product. And we can actually ask if people would pay for that. It probably wouldn't be a free product. But Treble FM is a product that takes the audio of a podcast, because I'm still old school. To me, podcast means audio. And it turns it into FM quality sound. Like, it is an amazing site. And there must be others. So to your point, Carrie, here's a one to try. Treble FM. It has a free starter pack. I think it's 30 minutes a month. Take the audio from the podcast, from your live stream, turn it into something really high quality, then send it on to it. But I think you've got to do it in that order. Don't think it's going to be automatic. Would that short circuit the point, or do you want it to just go straight away?
I think that definitely short circuits the point, because I'm looking for ease of use. But here's what I did find out about Substack is that exactly what you were talking about, that add audio to podcast RSS feed is actually an option that you can turn on and off to allow listeners to access your post on external podcast players. One of the things that I did not do with my first podcast on Substack was optimize for SEO. So I see now that there is a section for you to put in the title and the description. And there's also sections for you to look at your episode metadata, and that you can customize that as well. So the only thing that I did was add episode art, and then I recorded the podcast and I sent it out. And so I'm looking now, after scrolling down, I see there are a lot more options that I didn't even see before. So I just think this is a great conversation because there's so many things that you can optimize. And I really love that it comes in the form of an article. So you can even write a short summary about what the podcast is about to get more people to download it. And then you can add the buttons for them to subscribe or share. You can add those options as well.
No, it's very important. There are really almost endless. There's endless amounts of things you can do, but there's not endless time. So I guess there will come a time when you have to focus. What I've decided to do, for better or for worse, is that the shows are live, and I want you to come live. And when you come live, you get all the goodies. There is a replay on YouTube as a courtesy for those that can't come live. It's not my focus, but I do it. And then I do an article on YouTube, Substack, and my articles get about 10 times more views than my videos. Right? It's very interesting. I mean, I did an article yesterday, 1 o'clock. By 4 o'clock, it had 200 views. Never, ever get 200 views on my videos. Never. It doesn't matter how long it goes for. Maybe 50, maybe 100 overnight maximum. So you got to focus. You can't be everything for everyone, although that's a highly debatable topic. So I think that's pretty interesting. Treble.fm will take your audio and make it sound better. And I think you owe it to people listening to a podcast to make it sound better. If you want to know more about that, listen to what Billy has to say about this, or go on his show, because he's a bit of a sort of a demon on this, even more brutal than me. But look, I think we've covered off on all the bases. We've been going about 4 hours. What I will say is we do 2 shows a week, and I'm very excited about that. I have a new Daggy theme song for tomorrow, which I want to share. It's called the Social Audio Tech Check. And I wrote this in 10 minutes and it sounds that way. It's not going to reach the top 40. So I'm going to end the show because I need a break. I'm going to end the show and just play a song to play us out. Tomorrow we have the exact same timing, but it's the Tech Check, which means it's a bit more advanced and it's a bit more designed towards people that have been doing it. And we actually are going to talk about side hustles because a lot of people have asked me. It's not an Australian thing, but I know now what they mean. So I'm going to talk a lot about side hustles. So please join me then. But have a listen to this. This is my new theme song.
Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. Join in from around the world and let's talk tech. No script, no stress, just hit connect. Welcome to the Social Audio Tech Check. It's 10 a.m. and the lights are low. Melbourne calling, let the rhythm go. No camera lens, just sound and vibe. The whole world's here and we're going live. From static sparks to golden tone, we fix it fast, we're not alone. A little glitch becomes the groove. That's the way we always move. Welcome to the social audio tech change. Join